supporting our students and graduates to successfully progress into their chosen careers and further study. My name is Declan McGlynn. I'm a journalist for Rolling Stone, DJ Mag, and resident advisor, as well as many other titles. I also used to work at Point Blank, so I know a few familiar faces here. And I know all the amazing work that they do in the industry and for their students and their graduates. This event is part of Point Blank's 5-year access and participation plan launched in 2020 with a mission to prepare students from all backgrounds for a successful career in the music industry. We are committed to working with students in backgrounds typically underrepresented in the music industry and supporting them through their journey. Point Blank believes that music, the arts, and society benefit positively from having inclusive and diverse representation. Music Futures, this event aims to connect the industry with the next generation of talent so they can explore what career opportunities lie ahead in this exciting and fast-paced industry. So we got a whole range of panels today, covering topics that will give you insight into how to start your journey in the music industry, either as a DJ or as a producer, as a label owner, as an artist, and working in tech, and many more topics. So the day will also be filled with opportunities to meet future talent and people from the industry at the stands that are dotted around in Fabric. So feel free to get talking and go and ask them about how they got into their careers so you can find out a bit more about how that side of the industry works. And you'll also get a chance to ask questions from our panelists at the end of each panel. So yeah, make sure you write them down as the panels go on. So yeah, as you probably guessed by the title, this panel is about meeting the successful alumni from Point Blank. So yeah, without no further ado then, I mean, do you guys want to introduce yourself? Maybe tell us what you studied at Point Blank and what you're up to now. Do you want to start with you?
Yeah, so I'm Cameron. We're the Funk Cartel. We're DJs, producers, and we run a record label. We studied production and sound engineering at Point Blank, and since then we've been DJing, producing, and running our record label.
Yeah, I'm Rory from the Funk Cartel, and obviously second that.
Over to me. My name's Adam. I work with Mampy Swift at Charge Recordings. I'm also a DJ. I studied DJing and music production, sound engineering at Point Blank. Yeah, that's it. Over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Florentia. I'm the newest resident DJ for the global dance music brand Elro. I also used to work at Defected Records just after I graduated Point Blank around 2 years ago. So I done a year's internship there. And yeah, I'm just now touring with Elro now. And I did the music production and sound engineering degree at Point Blank for 3 years. I also, prior to that, did a online Logic Pro course to get into the degree course. And then during lockdown, I did like just like get through spare time. I did the complete DJ course as well. So I've done a bit of a range at Point Blank, but
you're a veteran now, yeah.
But the main one was the 3-year music production degree, yeah.
Hi, I'm Taylor J. I actually won a scholarship to go to Point Blank, and I did introduction to production and DJing, but I had been DJing previously, and currently I'm just playing around in London, played in Fabric a few times, and yeah.
Nice one. I mean, Taylor J, do you want to, you said you won a scholarship to go to Point Blank, when you've kind of, since then, you've gone on to really big things with mixes for like DJ Mag and Resident Advisor and Mix Mag. I mean, can you talk us through what that progress was like from the early days of your career, getting a scholarship when you first started DJing, to what did it look like? What did that progress? What were the steps that you took to get to that point?
I think before I came to Point Blank, I was obviously self-taught, but a lot of that was sort of through like just trial and error. So when I came to Point Blank, it allowed me to actually get some, I don't know, some guidance on a lot of things. Even with like my DJing, there was a lot of things I didn't really understand about the decks and like how to use certain things. So coming to Point Blank really helped tie everything together, because it filled in like the gaps in my knowledge that I didn't have. And also just learning a new DAW, because I learned to use Ableton, and I think learning Ableton on your own for me was like impossible. So having someone like guide you through each step was really helpful to, I don't know, going out into the world and kind of continuing and growing in what I was doing already.
And was it also, I guess, about building confidence and also having like people around you who are into the same thing to like encourage you?
Yeah, 100%. It was always nice to be around people that had the same passion as you and people that, you know, liked the same sort of music and had the same sort of drive as well.
Yeah, nice one. Fluentia, I mean, you just mentioned, well, how recently was it you won the Elro competition? Or did you?
Yeah. So Elro launched their up-and-coming residency program last year. I think there was around just under 4,000 people that entered, and I won. So,
Yes.
Yeah, so everything's just taken off since then, really. So, yeah.
And what was the entry process? Was it like an hour-long mix, or how did it work?
Yeah, the entry process was running for about a year. So they're launching it now. So I don't know if anyone's entered it. If you haven't, do it. Go for it and just shoot your shot. But it was a long process. So you had to kind of send mixes in. You needed to fill out a really long application, send demos in. So I produce as well. Then you had to do a live stream on all of Elro's kind of channels. Then a judging panel came on, like the Elro team. I think Jaguar from Radio 1 also like judged. There was a few other judges. And then they all picked a winner. And then since then, you're now a resident for the brand. So it was a really, really long process. But when I did my degree at Point Blank, a lot of the stuff that I learned with Point Blank really helped to kind of do that application and everything. Because you've got to be very specific with the application. So, it was, I found out on my birthday, actually. So, it was a really overwhelming day. But, yeah, it was really good.
Have you played a show yet for them?
Yeah. So I've recently played in Madrid alongside Jamie Jones, Paul Kalkbrenner, Kolsch, Latman. About a week or two ago, I played in France, Biarritz, with Hot Since 82, Richie Ahmed, Aminej and Dance. Also did their coming back show in Bulgaria, in Sofia, with about 6,000 people. So, it's been a bit mad, really. And then I'm going to be doing my debut in Amnesia this year with them as well.
Amazing.
And then off the back of all of this, there's been other shows that are coming in as well. So I'm doing my debut with Ants at Ushuaia this year as well. Danny Howard asked me to join him on Mondays at Amnesia as well. So Sunny, Federa, Gorgon City and Danny are like taking over Amnesia on Monday. So it was a real privilege to have been asked to join them as well. So everything's kind of taken off the back of it, and it's just really, really overwhelming, but just got to take each day as it comes and just not get too ahead of yourself and just ride it as it goes. But yeah.
Nice, congrats.
Thank you.
Adam, I mean, can you tell us a bit about your journey from before Point Blank to sending Point Blank to what you're doing now with Charge?
Yeah, sure. So I came to Point Blank kind of wanting to learn music production, because I've always been into music. I played piano since I was 3, taught myself like blues guitar, and then I kind of got into DJing when I was at boarding school, and like the sixth formers, like at weekends, they were on their decks playing Prodigy, and I was just like, oh my God, this is a bit of me, this. And then I saw the course in London. I came mostly because I had a love for drum and bass, and I wanted to learn how to produce it in order just to play my own tunes out in sets. It wasn't even really about getting signed or anything like that. It was just kind of for my own thing. So I did that. I learned literally everything I know. That kind of got me signed. I learned at Point Blank because I knew absolutely nothing. I knew nothing about Logic. I actually got my Mac when I joined Point Blank, so I hadn't even been on a Mac before, so it was a whole new world. And I did the 2-year course, and there was a lot of information, like fantastic information. Maybe I was a little bit slow to pick it all up on, but finally I got there, and then I was just sending tunes. It was a weird one because I kind of wrote tunes for myself. And I didn't really want to send my tunes out to anyone. And everybody was just like, just do it. You've got nothing to lose. So I did. One night, I just did it. It was probably the best decision of my life. Because I sent it to one label, and they were like, oh, your tunes are good. So they need a little bit of mastering. So I got put in touch with somebody else. It's all about networking. I got put in touch with somebody else. They were like, this is great. Do you mind if I send it to Mampy Swift? And I was just like, of course not. Like, I grew up listening to this guy. He's a pioneer in the scene. He pretty much wrote the blueprint on how people mix. You know, it was, you know, a really exciting time that, you know, even he would be listening to my music. Sent him music for like a year, all drum and bass stuff, and he was like, oh, I'm not just looking for somebody who writes drum and bass, I'm looking for an actual artist, somebody who writes all types of music. And I was just like, why didn't you tell me that a year ago? I've written everything. So I sent him all of my non-drum and bass stuff. Like 10 minutes later, I got the phone call saying, you're signed, which was just incredible. And he was like, what's the next thing you want to hear from me? And I said, well, I want you to invite me down to the studio with you, obviously. And he was like, that was the best answer you could have given. You're going to help me finish my album. So I went and I stayed with him for a week. And then during that week, we just bonded. We don't know, we just had a bond. And we just clicked, and then he just liked my ideas and the way that I kind of spoke to him, and we were just on that kind of level that he offered to, he was like, do you want to run the label with me? So it was very weird, because it was not something I was ever really going after. It just kind of happened, and we clicked, and it was, you know, I'm so thankful for the opportunity that he gave me, because I've learned so much, and I managed to utilize like all of the skills that I learned here. Even like with the DJing stuff, Ben was teaching me like how to DJ and like, you know, how to like structure your sets and stuff like that. And that just gave me so much confidence, because when, you know, I finally got signed, I was given like these massive opportunities. Like I'd get called up at like, I remember this one time Swift called me up at like midnight, and he was like, oh yeah, you're on DJ Hype Show tomorrow on Kiss FM at midday with all of us. I was just like, this is great. A little bit more notice would have been nice. But obviously having that confidence just to kind of go up and do that, just DJ out in front of people, it just...
Yeah. And as I was saying to Taylor J
So I
earlier,
may
like,
have gone
it's
off
all
on
right.
a tangent there.
You can see the passion, mate. It's good.
Yeah, no, but yeah, 100% passionate about it. You have to be.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's what I was going to say, like the having the confidence to, you know, you mentioned that you didn't want to send your demos to any labels and stuff. Having those people around you at point blank who can like support you and are on the same page as you and have had the same maybe confidence issues or imposter syndrome is really important as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. And like, because for me, music's always kind of been an expression, because I actually do find like situations like this, I find really kind of quite hard. It's kind of really out of my comfort zone. So music to me was just like my diary, and it was just the way that I kind of expressed myself, which is why maybe I was a bit like, it's not really for anybody else, it's for me. But
yeah. I'm
so glad I did share it out, because I've had experiences like money can't buy. Do you know what I mean? When you've had a DJ who you know respected and looked up to for like 25 years, and now you're writing tunes with them, or they're playing your tunes to a set to like however many thousands of people. Like it's just such a lovely, warm, like you feel like I can't even explain it. It's just nice, good times.
And the Funk Cartel boys, I mean, do you want to tell us a bit about your story and your productions and what you studied at Point Blank and why you decided to start a label and all that good stuff?
So me and my brother, we're brothers, of course, and we were producing by ourselves and started our own label with our friends called Thunder, and we decided to team up. And when we came to Point Blank, we did the 2-year crash course. It was music production, sound engineering. We were like, we are going to go in there and we're going to give it our everything. Like, we're going to just smash it out. And we took every opportunity we could, and we booked up all the best studios. You know, as soon as we could, 12 o'clock every night, we'd book the best studio we could next week, and we'd be in there every week, relentless. And I think Point Blank was amazing for building our overall artistry. So it makes you like a lot, it makes you very versatile. And also it's phenomenal for collaboration. Like, we met some unbelievable people and friends who are so talented. One example is a guy called Romeo Louisa, who's from the south of France. He's a great friend, and he taught my brother, for example, how to play like the jazz scales, how to play the piano. And in response, we taught him how to brand himself, how to be confident and put himself out there. So you collaborate with people, they teach you things, you can teach them things. Another great thing was Kwame, who is he's still at Point Blank, and he does A&R for the record label. He's a phenomenal guy, and he saw how hungry we were when we went in and met with him, and he created some phenomenal opportunities for us. We ended up releasing a track with Ultranate or Ultranate, a brilliant singer, really iconic singer within the house journey. And so that was great. And then we also had a session with Kathy Sledge, of course, the lead singer from Sister Sledge. You know, we had an opportunity, you know, at the start of our careers, really, to work with some phenomenal people. So, yeah. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so before Point Blank, Rory and I were both DJs in our own right. We'd just be playing local clubs and just sort of doing the bedroom DJ kind of thing. And then we decided, right, let's put our energies together. And before we came to Point Blank, we started our brand, Funk Cartel. And when we started this brand, we really sort of got a face to what we were doing and had our own kind of unique selling point. So we took that, went into Point Blank with the, like he says, with the thought process, right, let's get this for everything we can. Like, let's just go in there and take over as much as we can, just take from absolutely everything. And everything we've learnt there is just kept toppling up, and you can use that in your everyday life. You know, when we were at Point Blank, we weren't just dead focused on all of our assignments and stuff, because people were stressing about assignments. We spent all of our time just grafting away on what we were doing, and then anything that we learned at Point Blank would be helping us as we're just growing in our career. So we had like a clear, identifiable journey to go down when we got to Point Blank, and I think that was important for us.
And coming out of Point Blank when you graduated, I mean, what was the biggest shock about the industry that maybe you weren't prepared for? What was the biggest learning curve once you got out of Point Blank? Taylor J, do you want to start?
I don't know, it's weird because I was already playing before I came here, but obviously leaving, I think sometimes you can be under the assumption that, okay, I've done a production course or a DJ course, and once I leave, I'm going to get all the gigs in the world and my career is just going to blow up and it's going to be amazing. And that's not always the case. It's like what you learn in this, like in Point Blank, and what you study, you still have to go and nurture that once you've left. And you've got to be prepared to understand that the industry is not going to be very easy to get into, despite the qualifications you might have, despite, you know, everything that you've studied. It's still something that, yeah, it's great to have, but again, you then have to go into the industry, and then that's a whole completely different side of things, and it can be quite, you know, daunting, and it may not always work out exactly how you think it's going to go and how it's going to be, but again, use what you have, the opportunities you have to network with the people that you meet at Point Blank, and once you leave, continue to keep in contact with those people, because you don't know where anyone's going to end up, and that might be the difference between, you know, playing locally and playing abroad. It just might have been someone you met who introduces you to someone. So, yeah, I think coming out, I realised that it's not that easy just being able to, you know, make a track or DJ. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to blow up overnight, but again, use what you have to help potentially get you there.
Yeah, good advice. Valentia, do you want to follow on to that?
Well, when I graduated Point Blank, it was mid-pandemic, so we were all getting told to pack up and reskill. So the music industry, and especially like the nightlife industry, was completely like an absolute write-off. So whilst I was at Point Blank, so Cam and Rory said how like they were at Point Blank and they were already doing a lot with your stuff, and you were like using your studies as a way of like pushing forward, whereas for me, I literally put my heart and soul into like my modules app. Like I wasn't really kind of producing much, because then what I was basically doing, I used my assignments at Point Blank and what I produced as a portfolio, and this is actually how I got the job at Defected, because I didn't actually have a music industry job before Defected. So when
That's
I got
a good start.
Yeah, great start. But when I got in contact with Wes Saunders, so the careers advisor at the time was Tejan, he helped put me in contact with Wes Saunders, who's the managing director of Defected. Obviously, I didn't have any music industry job prior. However, I did go Point Blank and I did do a 3-year degree. And Wes was like, you know, let's see your, like, what can you do? Like, well, let me see your work. I literally sent all my assignments I did at Point Blank was basically my portfolio. So like music entrepreneur, music industry, just some productions that I made whilst I was at Point Blank. That was all kind of sent as a portfolio, sent that to Wes. And then I got the job at Defected, which was absolutely amazing. So whilst we was in lockdown, record labels were still running, so it was great to learn about what goes on, obviously as an artist, but also what goes on behind the scenes at a record label, like how it all works, what goes on behind the scenes and everything. So it was a real great learning curve. And then, like I say, when Elro came, and this is what we were saying earlier about like not everything is going to be like as they seem. Like when something like Elro came along, it was like a complete kind of ball game had like kind of changed, and you do get thrown in the deep end. Like it was very much so like a catapult kind of went, and I was then finding myself in the room with some people that I never thought I'd be in the room with, not at this early, like this stage anyway. So like people like Jamie Jones was like an absolute idol to me. So to be able to like be on the same stages as them is like amazing. And one thing I have learned from doing this is, especially coming away from Point Blank as well, is that you need to put in as much as you can to get out of it. So don't think that things are just going to be handed to you on a plate. Like it's really not in this industry. You've got to put yourself in that room with those people. And if there's just someone standing over there, you know, if you don't go up and talk to them, then somebody else is going to do it, and you're going to miss an opportunity. And it's the case of just never saying, just don't say no. What's the saying? Like, don't say no for them when you haven't even bothered asking yourself for like opportunities. And that's what I've really learned. If you don't ask, you don't get. That's what I go by in this industry. If you don't ask, you don't get. Fact. Yeah. So always just shoot your shot, take a chance, and just because you never know what's going to come from it, and just really just try and get over barriers that you're putting up, because I feel like it's very hard being an introvert in this industry. Thankfully, I'm not. I am an extrovert. I do think that I do find it easy to make friends and just kind of put myself in those situations. But if you are someone that can be quite shy, you do need to kind of overcome those barriers quite quickly in this industry, because it's a very fast-paced industry. And if you're too shy to kind of grab an opportunity, somebody else is going to do it. So you've got to really make sure you kind of take down those barriers and just put yourself in those situations, because the rewards that come back from it are amazing, and you'll feel good for yourself. You're not doing it for anybody but yourself. Just remember that. If you don't do it, then no one else is going to do it for you. So that's one thing.
Good advice, definitely. Adam?
Yeah, well, I was going to just say, I mean, it is so fast-paced now. That's what I kind of learned. Because I remember when I kind of grew up, like DJs, they would play a tune for however many months, they'd get the hype up, then it would come out on vinyl, and, you know, that tune would be a big tune for the summer or whatever. Now it's not so much like that. You know, you don't even need to be signed to a label now to release tunes. Like, anybody can just release a tune now if they want to. But what I have learned is, I mean, sadly, social media does come into a lot of it now. Even like as a label, you could have the best music, but we would also still look at your social media, and if you're cursing or you're putting up, well, like for us, like drugs are a big no-no. We don't really want to be associated. Obviously, it goes on in the scene, but we don't really want to have our artists, you know, out, you know, doing whatever. That's not really a good look. It's not something that we want to promote. So there's a lot to kind of consider. It's not even just about the music. I mean, you know, and that is also a difficult thing, because quite a lot of us are kind of introverts, and that whole doing that social media thing, getting on camera, is a nightmare. But it is something unfortunately, you do need to do now. Yeah. And it's that's kind of what I've learned, and I find like quite hard, because it's completely out of my comfort zone. And that's why I got into music in the first place, was just to kind of express myself, because I found it hard to express myself in other kind of social situations. But now, you know, I've seen careers end in literally, like, you can just do one stupid thing or send one stupid text message and it gets put on Facebook and you're cancelled. So, like, that's what I've kind of learned, is it, you know, if you want a long-term thing, you obviously got to keep producing. Sorry. Just be professional at all times, and you know, you have to work hard at it. If you want it, guaranteed. If you work hard every day, something will come of it. Yeah. 'Cause, you know, everybody I know, that's all they've done. That's what I've done. The opportunities will come, and as Valencia said, you just have to take them. Yeah. And roll with it. And, you know, some of them will be petrifying, and like I say, you'll be out of your comfort zone, but they're the situations that make you stronger. for sure.
Do you guys want to pitch in on that?
Yeah, so I'd say that the industry is very cliquey. Like once you identify the different parts of your niche, so for example, venue managers, what venues, what promoters are booking different venues. Once you've identified that, then you can kind of map out everyone that's doing their thing in your scene. And then once you've got that, it's just to add to what Florentia says, it's just you've got to make the step. I once, when we were at Point Blank in our second year, went into 93 Feet East, which is a club on Brick Lane, and I just sat there for an hour waiting for the manager with no idea what I was going to get or who I was going to meet. Sat there for an hour on my own like an idiot, and then eventually got a tap on the shoulder, and it was the manager. I sat down with him, and we hit it off straight away, and since then we've had a great relationship with them, and we get booked there all the time, and it all just came from going into a venue which I identified as a good place to network, sat down, asked for the manager, made that step, and then he respected the fact that I'd been waiting around and took that step to try and get the opportunity. And he gave it to us, and it's happened a few times. If you just put yourself out there and identify people to talk to, go and sit down and have a chat with them. You never know what opportunities you might get, and that's a good way to get yourself going.
I'd also say create your own opportunities. So, for example, we have Thunder, our label. Before anyone would book us, we created a little group of friends, started our own events, and then you create yourself your own gigs. So that's my advice is as well, team up with like-minded people, find a little venue, play, get all your friends to come and support, and then you're actually playing. You've created yourself your own sets, and then more sets can come from that.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on something you said quickly about face-to-face relationships, because everything is so easy to just DM someone now, and anybody can DM anyone on Instagram, but the value of face-to-face relationships can't be overstated, to just go in and speak to them face-to-face. So yeah, it's worth pointing that out, yeah.
Think outside of the box. It's one thing I did, and it's come around full circle now, like what you did, waited outside. I sat 2 weeks on the trot outside Radio 1 for Danny Howard with a box of donuts and a personalised USB in hope he'd play my demos on Radio 1. Ended up meeting him, had a good conversation. He didn't play my tracks on the radio, but we kept a really good relationship. And then it's from then that's now come full circle, where he's then 2 years on, has now asked me to play with him at Amnesia. So it's just kind of throwing yourself in the deep end and doing that, and just, you're going to be nervous doing it, and you're going to probably feel like a bit of an idiot or a bit of a stalker just sitting outside waiting. But look at the rewards and the gains that come from it. So just think outside of the box and just make yourself known and make yourself visible. That's one thing. You've got to be visible in this industry, because there's so many of us trying to make it in this industry, and you've got to be one that's, showing face, putting yourself in those situations and getting out of your comfort zone. Like I say, because the rewards are better than not doing it. Otherwise, you're just going to feel, it's like I say, it's fast paced. Someone else is going to do it. So
also to add to that, the first one's always the hardest one. So I remember when we first started doing our events, when you're giving out flyers on the street, the first person that you try and give a flyer, it's always so hard to bring yourself to that point where you actually stop someone and say, "Excuse me, would you like to come to my event?" But by the end of the day, you're so good at it, you've just done it all day, then you get better and better and you get less nervous, and it's just the same with anything. You rock up to places, ask for opportunities. The first one, you're there worried about what's going to happen, and then by the end of it, you're just in there, guns blazing, giving it your all. So
yeah, exactly. So very quickly, maybe one sentence max, because we're running out of time. What advice would you give to yourself on day one at Point Blank, if you could do it now, about the industry? What piece of advice would you give? If you could go back in time to the first day and say, this is the best advice of what I've learned so far.
I think if I could go back, I would have... It was a difficult time when I was at Point Blank because I wasn't very well, but if I was, I would have spent a load more time with all the different tutors, learning not just people that I knew made stuff that I was into, but sort of explored different tutors' kind of ways of production and doing things, and whether it was my vibe or not, just learning. Yeah, so just learn from everyone.
Yes, good advice.
I'd say keep going, really. Keep going and don't stop. Don't stop. I know it will seem tough. There'll be some hiccups along the way, but just build resilience and keep going, because there's greater that's coming. So just keep going and build resilience, and just don't stop. and have faith. Have faith and believe in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to. Have faith and, you know, manifest what you want. That's what I say, yeah. Just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I wish I did more actually was just kind of utilize the studios a bit more and probably try and get as much information out of whoever the students can teach you as much as teachers, just whoever, like Florentia said, just network with people, interact with people. But yeah, I mean, my main thing would be using those studios because they're great, and that stuff is expensive. Like once you come out and you haven't got access to it, like you notice it. So why you got access to it? Definitely make use of it.
Good idea.
I'd say make sure you enjoy the journey and also make sure you celebrate the small wins along the way.
Perfect.
I would say really spend some time homing in on what you want from your artistic journey. So, if you're doing drum and bass or house music or whatever, like really identify your niche inside of your field, and then make sure that you're make sure your brand identifies with the music you're putting out there, because visually and through audio you're putting out a message and a brand, and that wants to be clear and focused throughout. So I'd say just stick to your guns and home it in.
Yes, nice one. I don't think we got time for questions, but I'm sure these guys wouldn't mind talking to some of you in the corner of Fabric. Probably happened before. Anyway, give it up for our panelists.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Check. 1, 2, 3.
Excuse me 1 second. Just before we get started. I'm just going to move this one chair off.
Talk amongst yourselves. Do you not? No, you should. Stanley, we got a mic for Holly. It might be. It's fine. Just move your chair. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I need some energy. We're in fabric right now, so I know it's a little bit early. I don't know if anyone else got lost, but I certainly did earlier. It's a bit different in the daytime, but here it is. My name is Sarah Bo Parker. I'm a DJ, I'm a host, and I'm an alumni of Point Blank Music School. So I used to do the radio broadcasting course, and it's so great to be back here and to see so many amazing faces. So thank you so much for joining us. So today's panel, I'm joined by these wonderful people. We're going to talk about Get Synced, music in media, and they have a wealth of experience across this space. So we're going to get into their journeys, how they first started in music, their career highlights, their challenges, and of course get some really valuable advice to help you get started in your careers. So I think we need to kick it off with you, my lovely lady.
Hi, I'm Jo Gregory. I work for Cavendish Music, which is a production music library.
Brilliant, don't we love that? And can you just give us a description of what a typical day in the life is for you? Or even in your week, because I'm sure it's quite varied.
It is very varied. I head up the sort of operations and strategy side, so I look at what we're doing both internally and externally. So production music is specifically music made for TV and film. So, I mean, we kind of all, there's a team of 10, and it's split into two. So we have the people that listen to the music, get the briefs in from clients such as ITV, BBC, brands, etc. We look through our catalogue of music, and then we pitch it to them for use on those platforms. And then the other side of the team are composers and producers who make the content for our catalogue. So our week varies from sort of going out and seeing clients, which again is kind of like all of the sort of big brands, the TV networks, Netflix, etc. Doing all of the briefs that come in. We make 60 albums a year, so
wow.
we're constantly working with producers and composers on that side of things as well. So it's quite a busy job, but it's varied and we really enjoy it.
I love that. Thank you. And Holly.
Hi, my name's Holly Buhaja, and I'm a film and television composer.
Amazing. And can you also give us like a typical day in the life of, or day in the week of for you?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much a day in the life of is kind of just waking up and composing across the day, really.
I love that.
Yeah.
Let's live that life.
Yeah, no, I'm
Sounds
living the dream.
very chilled but exciting.
Yeah, and more often than not, I work in some studios or bring in, musicians to record, and it's really wonderful. Every day is different. I'm working on a vast array of different projects, and yeah, it's great.
And do you have an at-home studio, or do you go into studios yourself?
I've done a bit of both across my career, but after COVID, I kind of moved into a space and have a separate home studio. It's just, the most convenient, I suppose. And now I kind of, if I need a bigger space for larger ensembles, I'll then go into studios.
Cool,
Yeah.
beautiful. Thank you so much. And Bonnie.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Bonnie and I work at Leland Music. It's a music supervision company and we do short form and long form, so advertising, TV and film. We just did the last season of Top Boy, which was good.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, how was that?
Yeah, pretty fun.
Have you got anything that you can tell us about it that was like not really known? which is obviously we're going to keep the secret in the room.
I didn't get to meet Kano, unfortunately, but it was a good one to work on. And but I mainly work on advertising on short form. So typically I'll get a brief from a brand or an agency, and they'll either want us to do music supervision and like music research to find like the perfect track for it. So I'll make a playlist, or we'll work with composers to get something composed specifically for the brief. So we'll write a creative brief for them. Or they'll have a track in mind, so we'll kind of negotiate that with the rights holders and the label.
It's a lot. You've got a lot going on.
Yeah.
It sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you so much. And Daniel, can you please introduce yourself and give us a typical day in the life of your world?
Right. So, hello, my name is Daniel. I can recognize some faces here, not many. My main job is probably quite similar to Holly's. I'm a composer. I work mainly in film and TV, and then occasionally I work on installation projects as well. So usually I work from my home studio, my studio outside of home. It's about 15-minute cycle, more or less. And it's a great space. I work there most days, and then once in a while I may go to another studio, or sometimes if I'm working on an installation project, I may work on location. You know, if it's like music for a museum or something, I may finalize the music on location. But most of the time, alone in the studio, an introvert's dream, pretty much. Yeah.
I love that. This is perfect. Yeah. So all of you have such a wealth of experience, which is amazing. But what I want to know is, what was your first initial job or opportunity to get into this space, and how did that come about? So who would like to kick it off? Joanna?
Yeah, I can kick it off. So I studied at Brit School, so I was there for 4 years. And then I fell into retail, got fired, don't tell my mum. And then
Secret safe of us.
Yeah.
Secret safe.
So I was like wanting to get back into sort of the sort of media world. So I was like asking around, and I managed to get a job on Saturday Kitchen, answering the phones on a Saturday afternoon for like 2 hours. And from there, sort of fast forward 4 years, and I was directing a VT for Richard E. Grant for a daytime TV show. So I sort of got my foot in the door and grafted. So I kind of worked my way up, and then from there I kind of spending a lot more time in the edits, working with sort of laying music over the sort of stuff that we'd been filming. And then I sort of really got an interest in the sync side of things, and sort of making lots of contacts with music companies who were providing music for the edits within TV. And then kind of it was just kind of working my way to sort of speaking to these people, getting a really good relationship with them, and then managed to get an opportunity to go and work for a major label doing production music. And I haven't looked back. I've been in it 13 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that journey. And Saturday Kitchen, is that their studios in Clapham?
Yes. Kennington. So yeah, not far.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
Long time ago, yeah.
And Daniel, what about yourself? How did you start?
So my background is a performer. I started playing piano, and then I got into playing double bass and playing in jazz ensembles and things like that. And then probably after that, I got into, I felt a little bit like I want to do something a bit more. So I started arranging music for different artists, and then producing music as well. I really got into like 90s trip hop and electronic jazz, where jazz and electronic music kind of meet. And I was lucky enough, while I was in uni, a friend of a friend was a very talented filmmaker working on their first 2 short films. And I was just kind of, he asked me, do you want to write music for it? And I was like, yeah, sure. I was, by chance, at the same time doing a module in the uni where I was studying, which was composing for visual media.
Okay.
So it was just super fortunate, in that sense. And the first 2 short films that he did were the first 2 short films that I scored. And then he moved on to doing adverts and ended up doing, feature film. And I was basically with him along the way. And obviously, at the same time, kind of I realized during these first 2 short films, I really love doing this. So I started doing more and more and more of this and getting to know more and more people. And and also working with different composers, doing bits and bobs on their stuff, additional music or things like that. And the installation stuff was just really by chance. I just knew somebody who was a designer in a design studio, and they were like, "Do you want to make music for a museum in Paris?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." So that kind of opened a new avenue, I guess.
I love that. That's what I call the domino effect.
Yes.
And just like based on both of your answers and your experiences, it just shows that your network is your net worth. Like going out and meeting people, and today, like days like today, you never know who you're going to meet or who you're going to connect with, and what opportunities can spiral from that. So I absolutely love those two. That's really inspiring. Holly, what about you, my love?
You know, you're talking about networking and stuff. Like, I am originally from Gibraltar, and there is absolutely no film industry there.
Yeah.
So I kind of started from absolute zero. And
when did you come over to London? I guess was that for your first place?
I actually studied at Leeds College of Music, a bachelor's in music production, and that's kind of how I stumbled into film. It was a course that was kind of the whole technological side of music, and then also split with writing music. And there was just a film module course, and I just thought, I've never done this before. It's the first year. If I'm terrible at it, won't count to my final grade. It's fine. And it was it was a very cinematic light bulb moment, and I just kind of never looked back. And I had like a gap year between doing that and doing a master's where I was in recruitment. Completely like different ball game, yeah. And then I got into NFTS, and whilst I was there, I was kind of just decided to start working immediately alongside the 2-year full-time course in the industry. And once I graduated, I was pretty much freelancing full-time.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was very good.
That's a great journey. I love that.
Thanks.
And what about you, Bonnie? How did you get your first opportunity? What was it? What was so special about it?
Yeah. Well, I did graphic design at Leeds at university, and I didn't know what I really wanted to do after that. So I did graphic design for a bit, but music was always my kind of number one interest. And then I managed to get an internship at this trance record label in London. And I was like, I don't like trance music, and I don't really want to live in London. But
now are you the biggest trance fan ever?
Yeah,
thought so.
But I was desperate, so I took it. And actually, it was pretty fun. It was a really small label. Got to do loads of stuff, learned the industry, did a bit of A&R. And then I was like, yeah, I definitely want to work within music. But also film production interested me as well, and I didn't know music supervision was a job then. So I then, what happened next? Oh, I then got a job randomly. This was just meeting someone at a bar, I think. They were looking for someone, post-production runner at Kick-Ass, the film. So
mate, you've worked on some cool things.
Yeah, and they've like read that, so I was like, awesome, do that. And then that led to another film, worked on Attack the Block. But I was always more interested in the music supervisor and like, you know, how you make the soundtrack and stuff like that. So then fast forward many different jobs. I started freelancing and then was working with Vice quite a lot, doing like documentaries and stuff on the music side. And then, yeah, that's it really.
I love all this because it just shows you that, like, especially working in the creative industry, working in music, film, production, there's never one path. I think that everyone's journey is so different, and to have confidence in your own path that everything's going to work out as it's meant to work out, because it's not like you're just getting a normal office job, do you know what I mean? There's not a trajectory to it. But on that note, so for someone who has very little or zero experience in today's world now, obviously we've had COVID, we're opening up a little bit more now, so people are able to come to these networking events, which is amazing. But what advice would you give to someone who is just starting out, and they might not have experience, or they might have experience? Like, what would you say to them? Jo?
I think the most important thing, you're saying, you know, your network is your net worth.
Yeah.
So I think if there's a part of the industry that you're really, really interested in, for example, music supervision, like what programs is it that you really, really like that you want to work on? Who are the supervisors on those programs? Do your sort of homework and have a look into those people. Do some stalking, it's always good. And then, I mean, there's no harm sending them an email or contacting them sort of via LinkedIn or another platform and just sort of saying, look, I'd really like 10 minutes of your time? Is it possible we can meet for a coffee? And then just sort of have a conversation with them. They might not be able to give you a job, they might be able to give you some really good advice, but they'll remember you. And I think if and then if there is a job that comes up, they might go, oh, I met this really nice person, and maybe I can sort of give them a job and whatever, or pass them over. And I think get yourself out there, do your research, and just get yourself in front of as many people as possible, I would say.
I love that. Actually, that's how I initially got into the industry myself. I met someone at an event, a music event, and I just walked up to them.
Exactly.
And we've remained friends, don't worry. I didn't get arrested, it's fine. Holly, what about you? What's the advice that you would give? Specifically to what you do as well.
Yeah, I think from a compositional perspective, I spent a lot of time, I think, with imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
And then after a while, I kind of realized that there's a power in that. I'm like in a state of imposter syndrome because I'm doing something new, I'm doing something exciting, and I really care about it. So I would say kind of just lean into that, and along with that, lean into your strengths. I think people are looking to work with composers because they like your approach to what you do, and within that just comes from, it's birthed from your uniqueness, the things you gravitate towards, how you collaborate and communicate. So I think I would just say, really kind of just be true to yourself and just really approach the career from the aspect you want to really move into and where you want to be.
Yeah, I love that. I think imposter syndrome is such a big thing
Oh, yeah.
for everyone, but no, I think that's a really important point to bring up, so thank you. And Daniel, you're nodding. You've got the music industry nod there, my friend. What have you got to add to that?
Two things that kind of pop to mind. First of all, have more than one string to your bow, I think is a really good one. Sometimes you think to yourself, there's all these kind of romantic stories about Steven Spielberg and John Williams, and they're always going to be together, until George Lucas comes in, obviously, But you have this kind of stories about directors and composers always kind of, and it can be very romantic, and you think, oh, I just need to know that one person. And it's true. I can count on one hand the people who were really influential in my career. But saying that, you want to actually make sure that, when that person is busy filming their next project, you have something else to do. And when that person is doing something, you have something else to do. So that's really important, I think, having a few things that you're doing that is keeping you busy, to me personally. I know that some people are different to that, but personally to me that's been really useful.
Yeah, especially in the world of freelance as well. I can imagine you constantly are looking for new work, but if you don't have anything backed up, you can get yourself in a bit of a panic mode.
I mean, sometimes, you need to really know how to keep yourself busy, when you don't have things to do. So you can have your own project happening, you can write your own album, people do different things. But I feel like personally, I feel lucky that I've been pretty busy for the last few years, I haven't had much rest. And I think that's part of it, probably. Yeah. That was the first thing. I forgot what the second thing was, to be honest.
There was a lot in there, so I'll take that. And Bonnie, and if you do remember, jump straight back in. Bonnie, what about yourself?
Yeah, similar to Joe, I think I stalked a lot of people.
But not on LinkedIn because they can see.
Just in general.
Not if you log out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a key bit of advice. Perfect. Yeah, log out. Okay, fine.
I think out of 10 messages on LinkedIn, and maybe 2 people would reply. And I think I always make an effort now to try and talk to people if they contact me, because I remember being in that position, and it is just really helpful because I don't know the industry at that point. I didn't know what a music supervisor was. I thought it was just making playlists, and it just sounded great. And most of it is, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's a great part
just kind of getting the knowledge from the inside and kind of weighing up all the different routes you could go in. It's just really helpful. And because I kind of ruled out a lot of things like working in a label, A&R. I wanted to basically put music to picture. That's how my mind works. So yeah.
I love that. Thank you so much. Oh, here he
do
is.
remember.
Here he is. He's remembered. We're back in the room.
I think second thing I would think is if you want to work with other people as well, you know, not just on your own projects, then just put your ego aside. That's really important, I think. Because you start, you know, out and you're like, oh, I'm going to be the next, I don't know, Hans Zimmer or, you know, Jan Johansson or Mika Levy or whoever is your favorite composer. And then you kind of realize actually filmmaking is a collaborative art form, you know, and you can be collaborating with other people, with other composers. You could be assisting, you know, or you could be writing additional music, you know, and working your way up from there. So you just have to put your ego aside and just make yourself useful. Yeah.
That's really, I think that's generally in music as well. I think that's super, or in life as well. It's very important. So looking from the perspective of an artist, how would an artist or a composer get their music heard, seen, played in film and TV and production, things like that?
I guess like we as a company get sent a lot of music from composers and artists, but just having a personal touch and knowing what we do as a company, because I've had so many emails where they've like forgot to copy and paste the to so-and-so company, it's the wrong company, or they'll just be like, I love your stuff, you know, just being a
and you're
bit
like,
more,
what are you talking about here?
Yeah.
It's your opportunity to big me up.
I guess be specific in who you contact, do your research, and if we've worked on Top Boy and that's your thing, maybe send us a playlist of suitable tracks for the next season or something like that.
And what can a person do to stand out other than that? Because you must get hundreds of emails in your week. Is it a case of, I mean, has anyone ever turned up to the office? Question mark.
Maybe that would be a no-no.
But do you know what I mean? You hear stories of this, by the way. A friend of mine actually went to New York and went to an office before.
Really?
That's like stalker levels, but you know, it worked.
Yeah, it's happened with us as well. There was somebody outside.
Yeah, it
trying to get in at reception.
Yeah, it does happen. I don't know if it
maybe
works.
that would work if you caught me on a good day. But, on a bad day, no.
Bring me a very strong flat white.
Yeah, I can be bribed.
So is there anything that anyone has done in the past that stood out to you for an application or for someone to bring you new music?
I got sent a mixtape, which is quite fun because I still have a cassette player and I thought that was quite novelty. So I actually listened to it. But I'm not suggesting that is necessarily the best way.
But it stood out, right?
Yeah, it stood out. Yeah.
Were you able to play it? Did you have a cassette player?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah,
there we go.
good.
And what about you, Joanna? What's like stood out for you for music composers or artists to get their music
Yeah,
played?
I would say the same as Bonnie, really. It's really frustrating when you have on our website, contact this email address to have to submit your music, and then they contact the wrong email address, and you're just like, well, I'm not going to employ you if you can't even read. But they've, you know, it's having that real personal touch of like, you know, if they do email you direct to say, hi, I know that you worked on X, Y, and Z, or to just sort of bring a bit of personality rather than it just feeling like, oh, you've just copied and pasted it and just sort of sent it out as a bit of a blanket. And then also maybe include links in there. Sometimes I get submissions and it says, oh, I've done this, I've worked on this, and then there's no links, or it's a link to something that doesn't really work, or I think the worst thing is when you sort of say to a composer, what do you, or an artist, you know, what do you specialise in? And they go, oh, I can do everything. It's like, no, everyone's got like a speciality. Like we're obviously all jack of all trades these days, but I think if you sort of really hone in on what you're good at and use that as your
leverage,
that always goes a long way.
Okay, amazing. And then I'd love to hear what your perspectives are after hearing this. I mean, like, what's your journey like from the opposite side?
I can confirm that it works because that is precisely what I did.
Love it. Wait, confirm what you did.
When I was starting out at NFTS, I basically started emailing people, companies whose work that I really resonated with. And I think because I did that and I knew about the companies, and it was very specific contact that I made because I really thought the collaborations could be something beautiful. I think they noticed that genuine nature of my contact, and I think they responded to that. Okay. I would say, yeah, it worked.
I love that. Okay, well, you know, we've got strategy right here. And Daniel, what about yourself?
I'm 100% with Holly on this. Yeah, I think it's you know, I know people who would like write an email and, you know, send it to everybody, you know, it will be like a copy of the same email. Never worked for me personally. It's always like you listen, you know, you find an agency or a director or somebody that really resonate with, and again, you feel like, oh, this could be a win-win situation. I would love to work with them, but I feel like I could be useful for them as well. And that's really the things that stick.
Yeah.
When you can
It's an
actually
exchange.
be.
For sure. And from that perspective, do you guys have agents? Do you work with agencies? Or do you work with the composers and artists directly, or is it a bit of both?
We work with composers and artists directly.
So you guys don't.
I have an agent. It's Leland.
Part of our sister company is Leland Originals, which is a composer agency.
Okay.
But we tend to work with them when the brief's right, but not necessarily just them.
Amazing. And do you have an agent?
No, I am my own agent, free
Love
agent.
it.
Yeah.
I respect it, to be fair. So much has been discussed. I'm loving this. Can I ask you all to share a career highlight that shaped your professional life? Yeah, what have we done that's awesome? Something that's like shaped you and made you who you are today.
I think it's just being within the sync industry for me. It was a real, it's been a real learning curve. I've learned a lot. The industry itself has changed so much over the years. You've had to constantly adapt, and I think obviously the way that we've worked, COVID as well, that was quite an interesting one, because obviously we have to go and see our clients quite a lot, and that completely stopped, and it was just new ways of working. And I think it's taking Cavendish Music from what it was when we first came on board to what it is now, sort of 8-9 years later. We've really sort of propelled it into a different sphere, and I think that's probably the career highlight of kind of that journey from where it was to where it is now.
And what's the impact of social media being in sync? Because I know that places and platforms like TikTok, they're a bit more non-traditional, I guess. How has that had an impact on your day-to-day or the future of sync as a whole?
I guess it's just an example how it's like forever changing. You just got to keep up with everything. I mean, like, yeah.
Do you have a TikTok account?
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
Too old for that.
Yeah, I
don't really understand it.
But what about you? Has that changed your business strategy at all?
Yes, a little bit. Or changed, or maybe like added to. I think I've gotten quite a bit of work off the back of things like Instagram, because it's quite visual as well. It's like a great platform, I think, for film. And I've just had quite a lot of people get in touch with me through that, and just seeing kind of like snippets of my portfolio and what I've worked on. So I think it's, in a way, been another sort of route people have found me through. So yeah, it's very useful, and it has added for sure.
And this made me think, how important is promotion for both of you on the composer side? Is that a really important part of your career process?
With social media or in general?
Just generally, like how important is self-promotion? How important is getting yourself out there?
I mean, it's always really important to remind people that you exist, I think. People would be like, you may have worked with somebody, I don't know, a few years back, but they may be working on something now, and suddenly, I don't know, you're not in their head, and suddenly you meet them in an event like this, or you send them an email, and you're like, oh, wait, I do have something for you, right now. So yeah, it is important to remind people that you exist. Social media, I have a very complicated relationship with social media.
Don't we all?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I'd just like to add off the back of that I quite literally a few months ago liked a post from a producer I've kind of known for a while but not worked with, and then she was like, oh, there's this project, you'd be perfect for it. Would you be interested? And literally got a great job off the back of that. So
love that.
Definitely reminding people you just exist is like
for sure. And just staying connected, I think, is a really key thing. But doing it in an authentic manner is really, really important, I think. Okay, well, we need to wrap up very shortly. But I've just one last question. If you had one piece of advice to give someone starting out right now, I know we've kind of covered it, but just as a takeaway, a key piece of advice that everyone can take away today, what would that be?
I think it's focus on what it is that you actually want to achieve, and keep that at the forefront. Because it's quite easy to go, oh, maybe I'll just do this, or maybe I'll just do that. And it's just focus on what you want to achieve, and then do the research and do the work.
Love it. Mic drop. Holly.
I guess in a way I've kind of already touched upon it, but I would say just be true to yourself and what you want to do. I found that at the start of my career, I was kind of moving towards an angle in which it was kind of like adjacent to what I wanted to do, but not quite. And I think that was because I was maybe wearing too many hats and trying too many things. Yeah. So I would say just, you know, sometimes you do need to kind of do a few things in parallel, like I'm a session vocalist and stuff on the side as well. But I think just, yeah, really kind of know what you want to do, what your aims are, and just really kind of go for it.
I love that. 2022 energy, just go for it.
Yeah.
Bonnie, what about you?
Yeah, I guess just take the time and figure out what you actually are interested in and do your research on that. Because I was still, for so many years, wasn't sure what side of the industry I wanted to be in. And just getting information, like knowing on the music supervision side, there is a lot of licensing involved. So how are you on contracts and how are you with negotiating? And it's not all just creative.
Because the legal side to that as well.
The legal side to it, yeah. So just kind of knowing, you know, what it entails completely. And if that's not your thing, then, you know, there's something else for you.
Love it. Do your research. Great. And Daniel, to finish off, it's the big moment.
It's so hard to think of something
pressure.
that I haven't said yet. You know, they said all the good things. Yeah, I think persistence, I mean, obviously talent is important, but persistence and hard work is probably, you know, beats talent most days of the week, I think. And yeah, don't waste too much time on like imposter syndrome or, you know, thinking, oh, like, is this, you know, the exact, you know, you could beat yourself up, you know, saying, oh, is this the right direction or something like that. Just, you know, at some point things click. For me, it happened, you know, around 2016, 2017. It's like, okay, now I realize what I am, you know. So don't beat yourself up before you get to that point, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I love that. Feel the fear and do it anyway. Love it. Cool. Well, thank you guys so much. You've been incredible, and I've personally been so inspired. And I know everyone in the audience has too. So we could give a big round of applause for our panelists.
interview between Point Blank founder and CEO Rob Cowan and music industry legend Keith Harris OBE. Keith is a music industry legend, having started his own journey working with legendary labels. A lot of legends involved in this, but it's true. Transatlantic Records, EMI, and Motown before joining Stevie Wonder as his operations manager. He then started his own management company looking after some of the best in the business, including soul pioneer Omar and R&B artist Junior Giscombe, before being awarded an OBE in 2015 for his services to the music industry. Rob's going to be finding out more about his amazing career, the artists he's managed, and his advice for new artists, musicians, and songwriters in a constantly changing music industry. So please welcome Rob Cowan and Keith Harris OBE.
Woo. Thank you very much, guys, and it's great that you're all here. So I've known Keith for, it's a bit scary to say it, but over 35 years. He managed the band I was in, which was a band called Honeychild. That was in about 1987, 1988. And it was our publisher introduced me, so I'm going to try and see if I can help you guys get a record deal. So I'm going to introduce you to this guy, Keith Harris, could be a potential manager. So I said, well, who is this chap? Because he manages Stevie Wonder. I go, well, that's good enough for me. So anyway, we met and we got on very well, and we still do. And Keith is on the board at Point Blank, and his advice, he's been in the business a long time and had lots of different roles in the industry. So his advice is very, very welcome. And yeah, hopefully we can learn a bit from his experience and his advice to you. So first question for you, Keith, and thank you for coming. Tell me about, you started out in the 70s at Transatlantic Records. So how did you, and then it was EMI, how did you get your first job? How did you get into the industry in the first place?
Right, well, first of all, I started out actually in 1970 as what was known as entertainments convener for the University of Dundee. That was in England they call them social secretaries, and at that time loads of people started in the business. That's how they got their first kind of job in the industry. And the college circuit, universities, colleges, was the big touring circuit then. So I started off promoting groups at university. And then when I left, I had some friends who were in a group who asked me to manage them. Right. I mean, I hadn't a clue what management was, but I said yes anyway. And they didn't make it, probably because the manager hadn't got a clue what he was doing. So I then got a job in a record company. Right. And then, so that was my entree to the business. Right. And you,
and when you got that role, was it? I presume it was a very different environment than it is today.
Yeah.
What was it like then?
Well, I got a job. My job was regional radio promotions. I suppose, like a lot of people, I had no idea what jobs were available in the industry. And because the group hadn't made it, so I've got the microphone a bit closer. Because the group hadn't made it, I decided, I was going to have to get a job. I wanted to work in the music business. I knew that much. And so I started looking for adverts. I saw an advert in what was then the big trade paper in the music industry called Music Week. And it was for a southern regional promotions person. I didn't know what it was, but I thought I might as well go for it. So I went along. The interview, again was fairly typical of music business interviews at that time. And it consisted of the guy that was interviewing me saying, so who do you know in the music business? And me listing either the promoters or the artists or the bands that I'd worked with when I was at Dundee. So that's good enough. Right. So my job was then to go around radio stations in the country to try and get the records played. Right. And at that time, there were only, I think, 12 commercial radio stations in Britain. Right. This was 1974. Capital Radio came on the air in October, I think, 1974. And that was the first pop station. LBC was actually the first station. So I was touring around the radio stations, but there were so few, right, that it was just a very different environment. Right, and so you then you went on to work at Motown. Was that that was following that? No, was that here or was that in the US? No, it was here originally. What happened was again, and this will give you an idea of how things were and how things have changed. I was working at Transatlantic Records, which for those of you who know London well, was at number 86 Marylebone High Street, right? And I fell out with the general manager of the label. So I walked to the nearest record company, which was EMI Records, which was at number 9 3rd Street. It was just the bottom of Marylebone High Street. And I said, I'm looking for a job. And they said, what do you do? I said, I do radio promotions. And they said, oh, well, actually, funnily enough, the guy that does promotions for Motown is just about to leave. I don't think he knows it yet, but he's just about to leave. So would you be interested in working at Motown? So I naturally enough said, well, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And I ended up getting the job as head of promotions for Motown.
And did that involve you then going over to the US to work at Motown? Or?
No, what happens initially, I was dealing with the Motown artists coming into the UK. Right. So whenever an artist came over, you know.
So who were those artists? Who was coming over at the time?
Well, the first one that I remember coming in was an artist called Smokey Robinson.
Yeah.
And then I think after that, the Supremes came in, and the Commodores, and Rick James, and the Four Tops.
Amazing artists.
I mean, and then in 1977, I was actually on tour. I was in Manchester, funnily enough, with Smokey Robinson. And I got a phone call from EMI Records, the Motown office, saying, we need you to come back down to London. And I'm going, well, when? I said, well, now. I said, well, I can't, because I've got Smokey on tonight. It was a sound check time. And they said, no, just apologise to Smokey and leave and come. And I'm saying, well, what's the big deal? And they said, well, Stevie Wonder's coming into London tonight, and he wants to go out somewhere, and we don't know where to take him. Because I was the person...
You were the man about town, were you? Right.
Exactly. So I drove back down to London. I met Stevie in it would have been October 1977.
Right. So you actually met over here?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. And we just got on really well.
Okay, because that was my kind of one of my questions is, how did you transition from... that's how you met him, and you just hit it off?
We got on really well. And then, to be perfectly honest, through... I don't want to sort of... bring the tone down.
That's okay.
But basically, through what was basically racism, it was made obvious to me that I wasn't going to make any more progress at the EMI Motown office.
That's interesting.
I called Stevie, who'd been talking to me about going to work with him, and said, are you serious about that? I said, yeah. So I moved to LA in 1978.
Right.
To work with him.
It was funny, I was going to get onto this subject of things you brought it up about, you know, racism in the industry, and you've been quite open in saying that you had experienced direct and indirect racism. Yeah. Could you kind of expand on that and some of the obstacles, and was it different here compared to the US? It was a different type or worse degrees?
Well, I'll explain. What happened was that when I started Motown, like I said, I was head of promotions, and then I got called into the managing director's office at EMI, and he said, the guy called Alan Fitter, who was the general manager, has just handed in his notice. And he said, it might seem to a lot of people that you'd be an obvious choice to take the general manager's job. So I'm just calling you in to tell you I'm not going to give it to you, so don't bother to apply.
Right.
So I said, thanks a lot.
So you put two and two together.
Yeah, no, he said, I'm going to go for somebody with more experience. So I thought, okay, well, fair enough. Yeah. I wasn't that experienced in the business. So the guy left, calls me into his office again, says, oh, look, we haven't found anybody to replace Alan Fitter. Will you take the general manager's role? So I said, okay. So I took on the role, did it for 3-4 months, and right as I just had there's a record called 3 Times a Lady by the Commodores that came out just when I was, on the cusp. Yeah. Right. And it was actually, it turned out to be Motown's biggest selling single to date.
Wow.
And that week, he calls me into the office and he says, we found somebody to take the general manager's job, so you go back to promotions. Oh, he's not that experienced, so if you can kind of look over his shoulder and help him out, while he settles in.
Oh,
so I said, that's not happening.
Yeah, right. That was the end of that, was it?
Yeah. So I moved to LA.
Right. And did you find in LA there were more? It was wouldn't say easier, but more opportunities, or less, was there less racism? Did you?
No, well, the industry is different there, because the industry was separated. You know, there was a black music industry and there was a white music industry, which they called pop,
right,
and R&B then, right. So what happened was that the racism was kind of almost institutionalized, if you like. So if you were a black artist making what was effectively a pop record, you had to break it at black radio first, right? And then maybe cross it over into the pop music marketplace. So when I went to America, I was working for Stevie, and he had an office in the Motown building, right? So we actually had two offices. We had one office at 6255 Sunset Boulevard, which was where the Motown office was. But Stevie had his own office as well at 9000 Sunset. Right. So I was kind of backwards between the two. But in Motown, obviously, it was a black record company.
So you didn't experience it within that environment?
Well, it was a black record company. They happened to have a president who was white, head of promotions who was white, head of sales who was white. So it was a very, it was a strange environment.
Yeah.
You know, but what happened, and this is what I found unusual and very different from the UK, was that everybody kind of worked together in the office, but then as soon as everybody left the office, everybody went back to their own communities, and there was no kind of real mixing.
Right, quite segregated.
Yeah, if we went down to, say, to Venice Beach, there'd be like a basketball game. Well, there'd be 3 or 4 basketball games. There were courts down there, right? But there'd be one court that had all white players, and another court that had all black players. But there were no black players in the white game and no white players.
Right.
No,
this was America at the time.
Yeah, exactly. And there was nothing formal. There's nothing to say you couldn't do that.
Just that's what people did.
Yeah, but that's how it was.
Right. It's very interesting. And tell me about managing. I mean, you still manage Stevie Wonder.
Well, we work together. He doesn't do that much, so there's not a lot of management goes on.
But what's the secret to this sort of the longevity? Is it just the fact you've gone on so well, or in terms of the business? Obviously, it's a business relationship as well as the music industry is also very much the personal and the business tends to cross over. But
I think it's a few things. I think first of all, we're about the same age. Right, he's actually a year older than me, which I keep reminding you.
Yeah.
So we're about the same age. When we first met, we had so much in common, in spite of our totally different backgrounds. I was born in Newcastle, raised in the north. Yeah. He was born in Detroit, in Saginaw, in Michigan, and raised in Detroit. But we had so much in common. And so, initially, we were friends. Then, because of what happened at Motown here, I was his employee, but for the 3 or 4 years that I was there, I basically worked with him pretty much around the clock.
Right.
So I traveled with him, so we became very close. And in fact, what happened was that I suddenly realized, did you ever see James Brown?
I never had I was never fortunate enough to see him, unfortunately.
James Brown, at the end of his set, right, he used to do a song called Please Don't Go. This is his kind of closing number. And as he walked off the stage, this guy would come with a cape.
Yeah, I've seen this on TV, yeah.
Throw it over his shoulders and pat him on the back as he went off. And he'd get to the side and throw the cape off and come back. Right? Yeah. And I remember when I went to see James Brown, somebody was saying, see that guy with a cape? That's the same guy that's been doing that with James Brown with his cape since 1968 or whatever. And I just had this vision that somebody was going to say, see that guy with Stevie Wonder? He's been with him.
Yeah, when it's come true. So.
Well, no, but that's why I actually left LA and came back to London. Right. Because I thought, well, we still get on, we work together really well, but I don't really just want to be that guy who puts the cape over Stevie Wonder's shoulders.
Right.
And so I wanted to try and carve something out for myself. So that's why I came back originally.
Great. And when you came back, was that the 80s then when you...
I came back in 1982.
And then...
Right at the end of 82.
And then were you... I think you've also mentioned you found it difficult to get work, or...
No, I think what you're referring to, I wrote this open letter to the music industry, and I said in it, it wasn't so much I found it difficult to get work. What I said was that when I came back to London in 1982, I reckon that had I been a white executive coming back to London, having managed Stevie Wonder in LA for nearly 4 years, somebody might have offered me a job in the industry.
Right.
Right. But it never happened.
Right.
I got offered to be a partner by Barry Marshall, who was promoted from a company called Martial Arts, right? And that was the only job offer that I got when I came back to the UK. So I then worked for myself. The next job offer I got in the industry was 25 years later. So all I was saying was that it was, I believe there was a big difference in the way that I was treated compared to how I would have been treated had I been a white executive coming back to London, having worked successfully in LA for that time.
And I read that letter, and you said you weren't complaining, you were happy, but you wanted to make a point.
Yeah.
And this was off the back of, it was really after the death of George Floyd, and there was a thing called, it was the Blackout Initiative. It was one day, it was about sort of being aware, and you called for it not just to be one day, but to, that it should be an ongoing thing. Do you feel since you wrote that letter, there's been changes? Do you think that has... You've seen that there's been some progress?
Yeah, I mean, if I go back and I remember the Blackout Tuesday. And the reason I remember it was because the day before, I got a phone call from one of my sons, who's an artist manager. And he said to me, "What are you doing for Blackout Tuesday?" I said, "What do you mean?" Right. He said, "Well, Blackout Tuesday." I said, "Well, I have no social media at all.
I've got nothing to black out."
Exactly. He said, "Well, you've got to do something." He said, "You've talked to us about this all our lives. Maybe you could write a letter to Lucian Grange, who's the chairman of Universal or whatever, and say something." So I said, "Okay, well, what I'll do is I will write an open letter to the captains of the music industry about my experience, and say that I hope that it's going to be better for the next generation coming through." Right? And that's how that came about. Right. And since then, there have been some significant initiatives. Right. That I think are making a difference. Because we needed things that were going to really move the dial. Because everybody came for, we'll put in 100,000, we'll do this, we'll do that. But what was worrying me was, obviously there was a lot of emotion. It was a really kind of politically charged moment. And I've seen that come and go before. Right. And I was worried that everybody would say that and then nothing would happen. Yeah. Right? But actually there have been some really good initiatives and some really good programs put in place. And it actually changes, I'm not saying racism's gone away, because it clearly hasn't, right? But it changes the way that people look at things and people do things. There's a friend of mine he's actually a martial arts instructor, right? And he was telling me that one of the schools that he teaches at had called him up and said, "Oh, we want to pay you for the school holidays." And they'd never done this before. Right? And it just made people reassess the difference in the way they treated people. Right. Right? Because he's a black instructor. Right. They're teaching in mainly white schools. Right. And whereas the other teachers, got paid through the holidays, he had never actually been paid for the holidays. So it made people reevaluate and reassess. And I think, there's been a bit of backsliding, but at the end of the day, pretty much everything in society has been affected by that. Yeah. People have actually started to say, well, actually, we need to make some changes around here. Right. If you look at sort of presenters on television or presenters in radio, and it would be almost impossible now to do the kinds of shows that you used to do with, an all-white audience, all-white panel. So those are the changes that, in the long term, will make a difference. Yeah. So it's not just in the music industry; it's also in society as well. Exactly. So if you starting now, do you feel that there would be,
you know, if you're talking about a young student, a young black student at Point Blank, for example, do you think it wouldn't have the same, obviously there's always difficulties getting into the music industry, but perhaps wouldn't experience quite the barriers to entry that you might have faced? Or do you think they're just different? Or
I think that some of the barriers have been lowered but not removed.
Right, okay, that's a good answer.
Let's do it that way.
Right, it's it's moving in the right direction, but not obviously where it needs to be.
We now have, you know, a couple of black chairmen of record companies, which there weren't before.
Right.
Right. There are several black executives in the music industry now, whereas, you know, when I joined EMI, you can count the black executives on one finger.
Right. Okay. So we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
We're not obviously where we need to be, but we're closer than where it was in the 70s and the 80s.
Well, it's now the fingers of one hand.
Right. Okay. So that's a starting the. You told me I wanted to talk about just this slightly light and amusing story. You told me about once when Stevie was over here, and he had nowhere to stay one night, and he had to stayed in your house in Collier's Wood.
He slept on my floor, yeah.
Yeah, and then
I wouldn't give him the bed.
Right. And then you were coming out in the morning, and do you remember that story you were telling me?
Well, yeah, so I do remember, because what had happened actually, I'll tell you why that had happened. What had happened was that he was editing the album that I just called Say I Love You was on, right? And we were in Spain, and it was a Sunday, and he was carrying with him the editing equipment, the digital editing equipment, and it didn't work.
Right.
And he'd promised Berry Gordy, the boss of Motown, that he would definitely deliver the record, you know, this week. Right? So it was a real pressure situation. And I managed to find a classical recording studio called Chandos in London that had the same equipment. And it was Sunday, so we managed to book the studio in London from, I think, midnight till 4 a.m.
Right, one of those.
Yeah, exactly. So we had to fly in from Madrid, go to Chandos, went to the studio, Stevie did the edit, and then we had a flight back to Madrid, because he had a show in Madrid the following night.
Right.
So we had to fly back to Madrid.
It's quite tight then,
Yes, at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
So I said, well, it's not worth getting a hotel. You know, so just stay at my place. What I was actually thinking was, if you get a hotel, I'm going to have to get really early
and go and
to
get
into
him.
London to go and get.
Yeah.
So I said, but if you stay at my place, we can just go from it. So he stayed at my place, and we went out. So of course, coming out the door in the morning, it was really early, it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the milkman was delivering the milk.
Right.
So I come out of the house with Stevie Wonder on my arm, you know, and get in the car, and off we go. And you can see the milkman thinking, what on earth?
Yeah, he must have had quite a surprise.
But the thing is, he didn't see me for probably another 6 weeks. We were on tour.
Right.
So 6 weeks later, you know, I come out of the house, the milkman's there. He said, when I saw you a few weeks ago, coming out of the house, was that who I thought it was coming out? I said, well, it depends who you thought it was.
Yeah.
He said, I thought it looked like Stevie Wonder. I said, yeah, it was. He said, I wanted to tell the guys in the depot, but I didn't dare tell them because I was so stupid.
That's amazing.
So I can tell them now.
Yeah, that's amazing. So you've also, you know, been involved in education. So I think you devised and taught and ran the music business course at Westminster University, and also you've been involved in helping Point Blank write music business courses. How do you sort of transition into the world of education? Did you kind of fall into it? Was it a choice, or how did that happen?
Like pretty much everything else I've done, it was an accident.
Right.
Okay. Somebody had asked me if I would be an advisor to the first music industry course that was being devised at the University of Westminster. And I said yes. So I was on what they call the professional advisory panel. And the idea behind those panels is that because it's a vocational degree course, people don't really know what you should have when you come out of it. So we were kind of advising the people that were writing the course about what should have been, you know.
Right.
And I did that. It was just a sort of free couple of afternoons. And then I forgot about it. About a year later, the guy called me up and said, look, we've been running the course for a year now, doing a little celebration, will you come along? So I went along, and he was saying, so how's it going, this new course? So it was the first honours degree in commercial music at the University of Westminster. And he said, well, it's going okay, except the music business module, there's some people, some of the students are feeling they're not really getting the real deal, because they were using the lecturers from the Harrow Business School to teach the music business.
Right.
And obviously they know about business, but the music business is quite specific. So he said, so, do you know anybody who might kind of come along and make it feel a bit more real?
Yeah.
So because I'm a manager, I said, how much does it pay? and they told me, and I said, well, to be perfectly honest, I don't know anybody who's prepared to work. 'Cause academic money is not good in this country. I don't know really anybody who's prepared to work for that kind of money. And then I went home and I thought, you know what? One of the big barriers that have been put up to me for black employment in the industry, because people have been, for years and years I've been complaining about the lack of employment. And people said, well, if we could find somebody who was suitably qualified, black people who were suitably qualified, we would employ them. But there weren't any qualifications.
Right.
So I thought about that. And I thought, well, actually, here is a degree course in commercial music, right? And if I teach on this, then there are going to be people coming through qualified.
Right.
Right. So I called the guy back and said, look, if you can accept the fact that I'm a manager first and a lecturer second, and if you can pay just a little bit more so it's not actually insulting, then I'll give it a shot. Wow. So I ended up going to teach 2 afternoons a week on this honours degree in commercial music. But then I had to kind of rewrite all the modules because they didn't really work. Right. So I ended up teaching on there for 16 years.
Wow, so I didn't realise it'd been that long.
But then they made the mistake of giving me an honorary doctorate.
Right.
So when they made me Dr. Keith Harris, then I left.
Right. So this is, obviously you must have seen a lot of students come and go and seeing them, some of them, hopefully a lot of them go into the industry, and obviously you've been involved in helping with us with our music industry courses. And one of the questions that always gets asked, and I'm sure a lot of you have asked this, artists that are out there, how many artists are in, like, DJs, producers? A lot, right? So a question that always gets asked, and it's a really good question, is when's the right time to get a manager? I know there's no fixed answer, but can you give any guidance as to if you're an artist, obviously a student starting off on your career, you've recently graduated, is there any sort of indicators that you could give that would be helpful? Yeah,
well, the thing is, the industry's changed a lot, and there are things like this, so people kind of find out a little bit of how it works. So most artists can do quite a lot for themselves, right? Most artists they get some kind of an idea of how the business works. There's stuff online, and so you get a certain amount of information. So you can take things to a certain point. Okay? The thing is that, first of all, there are 2 mindsets. Somebody explained this to me once. They said, look, you have to understand 2 things about artists. Yeah. They have, think of them like a computer motherboard, right? And on their motherboard, they have 2 chips that we don't have, right? The chips are talent and creativity, right? Unfortunately, in order to make way for those 2 chips, because the motherboard is only a finite size, they had to take 2 chips out, right? And those 2 chips are logic and gratitude. So, yeah, it kind of made me understand about the artist mindset, right? So, what happens is, when you're doing stuff for yourself as an artist, what will happen? There will be a point where you find that doing the business side of it starts to get in the way of the creativity. Yeah. We'll be on stage halfway through a song, and you think, oh God, I didn't call that guy back, or did I invoice for that? And when that starts happening, maybe you need some help.
Right. So it's kind of when things start to feel they become a bit overwhelming and you can't manage the business elements.
When the business is getting in the way of the creativity,
right,
then you should try and get some help. And it can actually be somebody, because this is the other big thing that tends to happen, is as an artist, you hear about or you see these big managers, and I want that person. Now, it might happen, but actually it's much more likely that there'll be somebody in your network who's disposed to doing the manager's job.
Right.
And at the early stages, you're probably better off working with them than trying to get a really busy major manager to get involved, who basically hasn't got the time.
Yeah. So it could be people, if people are on a production course, they could see if they're on the music industry course, there'll be people there. So actually look towards your peers when you're getting started, because they're going to have a bit more time and dedication rather than be split in so many directions.
And same thing happens at events like this, because at an event like this, there are probably people in the room who aspire to be managers. You asked who are artists.
Let's ask the next question. Any people that want to go into the industry, the management side of things? Not as many, but some.
Yeah,
it's okay. Well, so your artists need to find those people that put their hands up that want to be in the business side.
Well, that's exactly it. Because obviously, if you want to be a manager, you have to find people to manage. Right?
Yeah.
And if you want to be an artist and looking for management, start with somebody who really wants to get it. I'm okay. They're learning the ropes. They might make some mistakes, but we all make mistakes. I still make big mistakes. I'm not going to tell you what they are. So it makes sense to try and tap into the people you know at your level.
Brilliant. Now, I don't know how we are doing for time, but I think we're probably... Have we got time for any questions, or we need to... We're done. Okay, well, I think we're
done.
I think we're done. A big round of applause for Keith Harris OBE.
Welcome, everyone. It's so nice to see so many faces in here again. I know it's a really lovely day outside, but we've even got a better thing going on here, so don't you worry about that. My name is Sarah Bo Parker. I'm a DJ, a host, and I'm a former student here at Point Blank Music School. I did the radio broadcasting course, which I absolutely loved. So it's really great to be back here on stage and to host this panel today. So today's panel is we're talking to these wonderful women, and we're talking about women behind the music scenes in music. So we're going to dive into their careers, talk about their journeys, their career highlights, you know, how they first got into the industry, how's it going now, the challenges, and of course, we're going to get some key bits of information and advice to help you all start your own careers. So I'm excited to get into today's conversation. So I think we need to kick it off with a brief introduction of you each. And could you give me a typical day in the life of you?
So hi guys, my name's Ali. I'm a senior press manager at Listen Up. So to start off my day, I'm usually looking through new music, potential new business for clients, handling my own accounts with artists I work. So artists I work with include Jamie Jones, Patrick Topping, Eats Everything.
Very Fabric.
Very
lineup,
Fabric.
can I just say.
Did Josh Wink,
Wow.
Nicole Mudaber, Moscow Man, list goes on. But we also do a range of other genres with hip hop, R&B, pop, which is a very wide range of it. But we'll make sure that our artists are in the press, so like online magazines, print, YouTube channels, that kind of thing. So it's always like very busy. But yeah, it's really great. It's really great to work with such amazing pool of artists.
That sounds wicked. I want your job. And what about you, Amy? Can you introduce yourself and give us a day in the life of what you get up to?
Yes. Oh, that's really loud. Hi, my name's Amy Wiles, and I'm a DJ, producer, and a product manager for Above and Beyond's label Anjuna Beats. A day in the life of me is very varied. It's never one day meets 5 days a week. So I basically look after album and single campaigns for selected artists on the label. Some artists that I work with include Ilan Bluestone, Pretty Pink, and lots of rising artists that we are championing at the moment, including GVN, Grum, lots of progressive house upcoming artists. And on the DJ and production side, also, I've been touring with Above and Beyond and playing shows with them, lots of Anjuna Beats shows, as well as releasing my own music on the label.
That's incredible. And what's the favourite venue been with Above and Beyond so far?
It was actually pre-lockdown, but I would probably say Warehouse Project has been my favourite so far.
It is banging. It is a good vibe. Up in Manchester, though, but, you know, Fabric wins every time. And what about you, Helena?
Sure. So I'm Helena Rice. I'm an electronic music producer and AV artist. And in the last couple of years, I've specialised in immersive performance, whether that's online using mixed reality or in kind of real-life venues working with spatial sound, so multiple speaker arrays. I also promote and put on all my own events. So my day is kind of split between admin and the sort of more creative music production side. So on the admin side, it might be anything through from liaising with a venue through to getting the stuff listed. I do my own marketing through social media marketing, liaising with press, etc. And setting up my self-release. So I set up my own release schedule, liaise with PR, etc. And then otherwise, I'm producing. So it's either sort of sandpit, looking for new ideas. A lot of the time, because I'm working with immersive sound, it's kind of bouncing out stems and then reprogramming them to appear in a 360 environment, and maybe liaising with the venue, going to sound checks, etc., to check that that's going to work out. So it sort of goes. It's quite a wide range of activities, I suppose.
I love that. You're an entire agency. You do everything. I love that. It's so inspiring. Women that can do it all. And what about you, Verity?
Yeah, so I'm Verity. I work for Beatport in Berlin. So I'm also a DJ. So I'm one of those people that get up really freakishly early. So in the morning, usually I'll do some DJ stuff like listen to tunes. Maybe if there's a gig coming up, I'll have to organise social media, that kind of thing. try and organise my DJ partner to book flights, which is always a mission. And
Have you ever missed a flight?
Yes, only once though. Yeah,
yeah, it happens.
And then, so for Beatport, I do product strategy. So that's basically like having crazy ideas and then trying to persuade people to let me build those crazy ideas into things. And we just started a new part of the business, which is focusing on artist labels and distributors. So it's just kind of, there are a lot of ideas there, so it's just about organising them and then doing research on each one to see, you know, which we should build first, which is actually a good idea. And then, yeah, just putting it all together and presenting it to various people and getting everyone's input and then moving that on through to, like, figuring out what the product should be. And then, yeah, sending it into production and then monitoring that and setting up the marketing and launch plans for those products. So every day's different because I'm always working on a different stage of a different product. So it's really fun.
Wow, all of that stuff sounds absolutely incredible and so interesting. It's great that everyone's doing so many different things, but you're all spinning so many different plates. My first question is, what was your first? Because everyone has a different journey, right, getting into music, and it's often that question of how did you get into the music industry? Like how did you do it? Because it's so hard. What was your first job opportunity and how did that come about?
So I've always loved music, like lived and breathed it. When I was at uni, I set up this event called Night Vibes and I basically raised, I think it was about £500 for music charity through putting this event on.
Wow.
Then from that, I went on to do my own music blog. I just wrote about like releases that I liked, events I went to. And I sent a few emails round just looking for work in music. I actually ended up working at a fashion PR company, and then I got like an email back from one of the emails I sent like 6 months ago asking if I'd be interested. So I did that for a year. It was just like a one-man person. And then I worked with Listen Up, who I've been with for about 4 years now.
So with the internship, were you in PR then?
So I initially did a PR internship, but in fashion, and then moved over to music because of my music blog.
Love it. And so, yeah, that kickstart, initiation, getting everything written out that you were passionate about, amazing. And what about you, Amy? What was the first opportunity that you got?
So I feel like I've done many internships in my time. I did a 2-week stint at Ministry of Sound, just like was fitting that in whilst I was in college when I was really young. And then I did my events management degree and then progressed into doing my master's degree in music business in London. So whilst I was doing that, I contacted Anjuna and asked if they had any opportunities for the internships. And I did a 3-month intern with them. At the time, I really wanted to work there, but there was no opportunities. It was still a fairly relatively small office back then, and this was like 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I then went on to do a part-time role with Axtone, which is Axwell's label, and was working there for about 6 months. They were also a very small knit team, so always been just 2 people, so I don't think that will ever progress into like a bigger team, and there wasn't really a full-time opportunity there, so I thought, okay, I need something full-time as money's tight. So I basically went to Amsterdam dance event in October and just booked my own flights and hotel and was like, I'm just gonna go by myself and set up my own meetings, and set up some meetings with some labels that I liked in London. And yeah, I then got offered a full-time job with Enhanced Music, they're London-based, and became their social media manager there and product manager for 2 years. And then obviously after that went on to Anjuna Beats.
That's incredible. I love that you just took the initiative to go out. What made you want to go to ADA? Was it something that in particular that drew you towards that festival, or did you just, is it the music style, or? Yeah, so my colleagues at Axtone were going, and they were like, oh, you should go. Obviously, they knew that I needed something full-time. So yeah, they kind of encouraged me, and I knew quite a few people in the music industry already, so
it was, you know, just sending emails around and seeing who was around for meetings, because it's very like meeting focused over there. And then it sort of like kicks off with parties in the evening, so it's a bit of both.
And that's where the magic happens.
Yeah. So just all the networking, really. But yeah, mainly for networking purposes.
Love that. Helena, what about yourself?
So Point Blank was actually quite integral to how things changed for me. So I had always wanted to learn to program in a DAW.
Yeah.
And I just happened to start to find Point Blank, and initially took the Introduction to Music Production just for 3 months part-time. And I loved it so much I extended it into the Music Production and Sound Engineering Diploma. So I finished that, again, part-time over a couple of years. And while I was there, Point Blank kindly put out my EP on Point Blank Records, which was Crin, in 2015, I think it was. And following that, I'd actually paid a lot of attention to the sync unit of that diploma, and I actually thought that maybe I would write in commercials, because I'd worked in marketing before, so I thought, well, I understand writing to brief,
Right.
and maybe that's the direction I should go to sort of earn money. So I Googled and I rang around all the kind of sync agencies in London, and eventually the co-founder of one of them, Felt Music, said, you really like this track on your EP, come in. And he said, can you write me 10 more of those? So I wrote 10 more. And then he said, oh, we really like it. We want to sign it to our artist-led label. So they had like a little commercial label. So that was my first album that came out in 2017. So really it gave me, while, again, sometimes with albums they sort of release and you think, what's going to happen? It sort of does this. At the same time, it took me through all that process of writing, producing to the right standard, getting it professionally mastered, doing the PR, the whole process. So it sort of opened my eyes to how it goes from start to finish, and through to the marketing, which kind of then put me in a good stead to later on do self-releasing myself.
Right, of course, because when, from your perspective as an artist before, did you know about the process of how to release your own record?
Not at all, really. There's the sort of a brief thing with Crin and the EP, which again was a start for 10. But yeah, it's funny. It's when you've done it, it's kind of so straightforward.
Yeah.
But
sure.
but until you actually do it, it's kind of it seems like a mystery.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah,
the education piece is really, really key behind it. Big up Point Blank. And what about you, Verity? What about you in terms of like your first job in the industry? Because you work across a couple of different things. Was DJing the first thing you got into? Or
yeah, well, actually,
strategy?
I'm like originally just a raver, and I still am. So I kind of went in on that angle. So I was just like super into going out. And then I met some really great positive role models who were kind of like helping guide me through. So I worked on a bar, then I became a lighting tech, then I became like a manager of a club, and then I became a promotions assistant, and then promotions manager of a club, and all of the way along DJing as well. So I'm one of those people that can't go to a club and relax, because I'm always like, oh, that glass
always
is dirty.
working the room.
Yeah. So and that's kind of carried on in my career, just kind of industry wide, because it's my passion. So, but generally, yeah, just being in the club and just meeting people and having positive role models. And then I went on to do a degree in event management as well.
And where was your degree in?
It was at University of Brighton.
Okay, amazing.
Yeah.
That's wicked. I love, like, everyone's got a different journey, and that's why I think it's so important to share, because I was speaking to a friend earlier, and no one journey is the same, but I think one key thing that I keep on hearing is putting yourself out there, believing in yourself, and also networking is a super, super important thing to do, and that's why it's so important coming to these type of events, and you can meet people, and you just see where it goes to. But of course, this is a panel about women behind the scenes in music, and I want to know, what challenges have you guys come across being a woman in a very male-dominated workplace, and what have you found to be a solution to that?
I mean, as a woman, sometimes there can be challenges when you're working with big artist management companies, for example, where it's mainly the males that like lead on like all the business and what their expectations. So it almost can feel like you have to work harder to prove yourself. But at my agency, like, we're really proud to have had 2 directors of press who are women. One's left now, but literally they would always smash it. And in a way, it was like a nicer role model to have. At one point, it was like 70% female leading the team. Now it's more 50-50, but
Which is fair.
which is good. But you know, at the end of the day, I feel like everyone should be proving themselves, whether they're male or female, which is what we're happy to do. And once we gain the trust of new people we work with, they see like you're sick at your job and you know what you're doing.
I love that as a company culture. I think that's really, really important. That's brilliant. What about you, Amy? What have you found any challenges, or have you found the opposite? Has it been an advantage in any ways? You know, I want to keep these things positive too.
I think like with the genre of music that I work in, so we predominantly work with like trance and progressive music. It was a few years ago, very male dominated. And I know that at Anjuna we are always trying to bring through female talent. And like I luckily get to work with a lot of those female artists. So that's really nice. And yeah, I think it's just working with a company as well that is that 50-50 balance, which we do have in our office. Like, it's so nice to work with so many female professionals, artists, and people behind the scenes. It's mainly been positives, I would say.
Great.
Obviously, the negatives, you know, you turn up to the club for a set and they think you're the DJ's girlfriend rather than the actual DJ. And yeah, it's just little things like unwanted DMs from guys and things like this. But you kind of like turn a blind eye to all of that in the end. And I think as long as you've got like the confidence and the self-belief to just go out there and be yourself, then it's going to be fine.
And in terms of producing as well, there's not that many female producers out there, but there's definitely more, which I absolutely love. And from a production point of view, have you found that it's been tricky or challenging, or have you found it to be a really welcoming environment?
Generally speaking, it's been really welcoming. There's one or two times where people have said some slightly odd things about women, but generally speaking, I think almost, particularly in the current environment, it's actually the opposite. People are actually trying hard to give you a chance. I think we should also shout out to organisations like, for instance, 2% Rising. So they're a female-led organisation because 2% of producers generally are female, so that's where that comes from. And people like them, She Said So, you've got Witch, which is run by an artist called Bishy. There's various Facebook groups like Sound Women and Sound Girls. These are really good communities to be involved in, and they're all, my experience has been amazing in terms of people trying to make sure that I have opportunities, and likewise, hopefully. And platforming female and underrepresented genders to bring them forward. So generally speaking, my experience has been super positive. Like Point Blank and beyond, I had nothing but sort of patience and kindness from all the tutors to move forward. So my experience has generally been good.
I love that. That's really good to hear. And what about you, Verity?
I think in the beginning of my DJ career is when I had the most challenges. I was booked for like a book for a few clubs that I really wanted to play at, and then when they sent me the artwork, it was like all female lineup and just like loads of pictures of girls basically, and I was like, felt like that I was a token, but I wanted to play at the club, so you're in that kind of awkward position.
Yeah.
And also, like, I feel like for female DJs sometimes you're judged more on your appearance than male DJs are, so that's another side of it that maybe makes you feel a bit self-conscious. But
have you ever had to change your appearance in any way? Like,
no, I never have.
Have any of you ladies done that in order to fit in with them? Good, love it.
I think I'm from the queer community as well, so I feel like maybe I've had a bit of a fighting spirit from kind of a young age where you just kind of go out and do it. And I'm part of a collective called He, She, They. I'm resident DJ for them, and Fabric is their London home.
Wicked.
So they do a lot, and there are a lot of amazing community-based, like She Said So, like really bringing people up. But I think the main thing for me is like being able to see other women do well, and that because so that when you're just entering into the industry, you see yourself represented, and that goes for all minorities. So I believe that everyone should really have confidence in what they do and become those role models for other people, and be open to helping other people rise up as well.
And support each other. I absolutely believe in that. And how important have mentors been in your lives?
For me, hugely important. I learned the main thing that I learned from my mentor was integrity. So, you know, like learning how to warm up, learning how to treat people with respect. Because in the music industry, eventually you know that everyone knows everyone.
It's very small,
And, yeah,
small industry.
You need to act with integrity, and that shows over time. So maybe you might want to do some things in the beginning of your career just to get yourself along, but like eventually, you know, you need to be doing things in the right way. So
I love that. That's a really good takeaway to have. And on that point, what's the biggest lesson you've learnt this year? It could be across anything to do with your job. It could be professional, personal, all in music. She's like, what can I reveal?
Okay,
yeah, go for
I think
it.
a little bit. I think when, for instance, for artists, and you know, a lot of people in the music industry, when you start, you're immediately a small company, like a freelancer. And like saying, everyone has a different career path because you're just trying to find some way of writing a business sort of with on a blank sheet of paper, which is quite challenging. And I think over the last year, what I've learned is just take the leap and go and build something. So build it and they will come style. So if you do something and you show it, then people can see what it is that you do, and they'll give you opportunities to maybe uplift that and move it forward. So I just say wherever you can. And also this year, it was the first time I reached out for funding from the Arts Council, which was really, I didn't really think I'd get, but I did. And so now I kind of recommend people to try for funding, because if that helps you move your idea on and get yourself seen, and I got sort of high quality video footage and photography from that, that's really helped move things on. So that's really been my learning over the last year.
Great, yeah. The Arts Council do have really, really good schemes, actually, especially over COVID. They were offering really good grants, so I'm sure they still have that available, so that's a really good one to check out. Thanks for sharing that. Anyone else got anything that they've learned over the last year?
Yeah, so like what I've realised, especially during COVID and the pandemic, like the industry is so fast paced, and it's okay to take a breather if you need to. If you need to mentally check out, then that's completely fine. And also like rely on others in the industry around you. Like we're all in this together. Like if you think you're not doing as well as XYZ, like most likely they're thinking the same thing. And as a company, like, you know, we had to downsize, then we could bring people back in again. Like, you know, COVID was really tough on everyone. So it's always just important to check in with your colleagues, your friends, your family, no matter how you're feeling.
I love that. I think that's super important, especially with everything that's been going on recently. You never know what people are going through, so to check in on people and also to take a break. Breaks are productive is what I've come to realise. The year for me was play hard, rest hard. My 2022 motto.
for me, actually, it was downloading an app which blocked my social media in between certain hours, because when you go online and you follow other artists or whatever, then you kind of set yourself expectations around what you should be doing, and then you put pressure on yourself, and then it becomes like an not enjoyable experience. And I find as well that as I've got older, my goals have evolved, and that that's what you have to focus on. What is like now, when I was younger, all I wanted to do was play festivals, and now I just wanted to have meaningful experiences with people that like my music, whether that's 10 people or 100 people, and and just to really value what you want to get out of it, and not look at what you think you should be doing.
Yeah, I think that's a really important lesson to learn, because I think social media plays a role in that a little bit, where you think you're meant to be perceived in a certain way, but actually if you strip back and you go a bit inward and just do what's right for you, then I feel like there's a lot more sustainability in like fulfilling your dream and achieving your goals. That's wicked. Amy, have you got anything that you've learnt?
Yeah, my biggest thing would be don't put too much pressure on yourself. So being across doing a full-time role for the same record label that I release my music on and DJ for, it can be quite overwhelming sometimes. And it is easy to sit there and, look at what others are doing on social media, etc., and then put that additional pressure on yourself. So, yeah, I've just kind of managed it by taking each day by day, make a priority list of what it is I need to do and get through, and just, take a breather, so important.
No, absolutely. Especially because the festival season is upon us now, which I'm so here for. But my gosh, we need to make sure we sleep properly. So this is, of course, a careers event. So if someone came up to you today and they had little to no experience, they were so excited to get into the music industry, what's one piece of advice you'd give them that they can take away today?
To be honest, I think you just need to think about what is it in the music industry that brings your passion. Like, is it producing music? Is it writing about it? Is it DJing? Do you want to go to events and festivals? Like, just like really think about what it is that brings your passion. Because you know, I've derailed my career in some ways where I thought, oh, I don't want to do this anymore, try something else, and I was just like, no, this isn't for me. Went back to PR, did exactly what I was doing.
But I love that you did that, because you needed to explore that to make sure that sometimes you need to figure out what you don't want to do in order to figure out what you do want to do.
Absolutely, because you know what we were saying before, like sometimes the music and the music industry can get really exhausting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just realised it's absolutely what I loved. And then once you come to that, then you can start looking at internships, apprenticeships, like that kind of thing, or even reaching out to your favourite DJs, your favourite producers, because you know most of the time they're all really nice people. Like maybe some of the bigger DJs may not respond, but you might as well ask, like, you know, because I've done that before, and now I've got a lot of friends in the industry, and everyone's here to give advice. Like, no one's going to turn you away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Twitter's a really good platform for connecting. Twitter and Instagram for sure. What about you, Amy?
Be yourself, I think, is definitely one that's up there. And sorry, getting my words mixed up now. The networking is so important. Like, just go to clubs and nights that you really want to attend, see who's there, see who's about, maybe like drop them an Insta DM, ask to have a drink or something. I've over the years got quite a lot out of Instagram DMs and just, you know, arranging random meetings, so that is super helpful. And yeah, just I guess know your stuff. The passion will drive you.
Tell you what I've been caught out with before, and I'll be really honest here. Knowing who your favourite current artist is, that's something that will get asked a lot if you approach someone and they're like, cool, so who do you like? And I go blank. I'm like,
Same. Oh my God. I'm like, can I say 10, please?
Yeah, exactly. So there's just a pointer from me to you that I've stumbled on before. What about you, Helena?
So it's sort of building on the other points. It's, I think someone said to me, like, music's no good sitting on your hard drive. So it's kind of like, make sure you don't just sort of dream about it, that you actually get out there and do it. And try different things as well. So I think I did songwriting boot camps, and I did front of house for a jazz club at one point. Just various other things. So I just tried wherever I could, and whatever, if it was just volunteering and free work to start with, that's what I would do. And then it sort of evolved into time into this project, and this I really love. And now I've discovered immersive and working with AV and working with immersive sound, which is just a really exciting sort of exploding area to be involved in. Now it feels like, I'm really sure about this, and this is where I'm going. So I just say, try lots of things, and make sure you take the first step.
And to see what sticks, I guess.
Yeah.
So I feel like from everyone's answers, everyone's kind of gone through different things, tried it out, might not have liked that, might have loved this, but there's no one linear way with music, which I think is part of the beautiful thing. What about you, Rarity?
I think it's about just like really discovering your sound and then sticking by it. So like over the years, I've, you know, for example, I moved to Ibiza. I was resident of Pasha.
Are you?
I was when I lived there. Yeah, I live in Berlin now.
Amazing.
But one thing that I did was I started to do. I had a full-time job before, and then I switched to doing freelance project management because I wanted to just DJ, but I knew that sometimes someone would say, "Oh, can you play a gig here? And can you play this kind of music?" And I didn't have to say yes because I needed the money, because I had that side hustle going on. So just to really never deviate from what is you, and then everything, and if you put that energy out, then the rest will flow.
I love that. That's super important. And I think especially with DJing, you get asked can you play this, can you play that, as if you're a jukebox sometimes. And it's just like, I'm here for it, I love a party, but actually to own what you love is when you'll be able to excel. So I think that's really wicked. Cool. And what's next for the industry? What can you see that's coming up in terms of trend-wise? Is there anything that you think we need to know about that's going to be important?
Well, obviously, gigs are back in full swing now. Like, something that's really surprised us is just how fast-paced everything's coming at us now. Like, last year it was a bit, I'm not sure if things are going to come out. There's a lot
How
of
many
uncertainty.
gigs have you been to this week?
This week?
This week.
None this week. Last week I went to 3.
There we go.
My weekends are literally Friday, Saturday, Sunday, always something going on.
Yeah.
And like, I'm handling quite a few of the Ibiza residencies as well, and festivals. So yeah, I can see like things are pretty much going to go back to normal. I hope the crypto stuff like dies down, because that's not something we're a fan of. But yeah, I mean, a lot of sustainability in the music industry as well. I'm not sure if you guys have seen, but a lot of festivals are bringing in new initiatives. Like, say if you pay £1 for a cup, and then you keep that for the whole of the festival and you get your money back, or things like that. I think it's £10 for a cup.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
So we'll start building that up to get free beer at the end.
Yeah, and like, you know, places like Boomtown and stuff in the past have said, like, if you help clean up at the end with your and bring a rubbish bag in, they'll give you £10 back.
Oh, great.
Just things like that. I can see more of like environmental sustainability coming back in.
More conscious living. I'm here for it. Has anyone else got anything that they think is going to be coming very soon, or a new trend for this year?
I don't think it's a new trend, but I think that artists are going to be more empowered to do things themselves, because traditionally, and you're a great testament to this now, that as an artist, you do have to have a label, sign your music, and maybe you make a great track, but you don't know the right contact, and you send an email to a label, and they just never reply. They've probably got like hundreds and one A&R person. So it's like, now you can do that yourself.
Yeah.
And especially with like the rise of TikTok and things like this, like, the music industry is, you know, it's full of people that have been around for a while, but you guys are just coming into it now. So, and I feel like it's a really good time to be disruptive and to like do your own thing and find your own way. And I feel like that people are going to be more empowered to do that.
I love that. And also, I think with platforms like TikTok, things are going viral so quickly. Like, don't get me wrong, I actually don't have a TikTok account, but it blows up. Like, people get millions of views, and I read a post from a friend of mine saying, don't sleep on TikTok. Like, you just never know who's watching, or you just never know what will go viral. So I definitely think lean into stuff like that. It's really key.
And just on that, actually, like, I think we're going to see a lot more of that in the future as well. We're working on a record at the moment which in the last month has just completely blown up via Instagram Reels and TikTok. So it's like a case of seeing that happening at the time and like catching attention of it, and then just like, you know, putting a bit of spend into it and marketing and like really making sure that this record actually takes off to become a bit of a hit.
And what record is it?
It's a record by Garden State called The Best Part. But it's like being used all over Instagram on Reels and TikTok and stuff like that. So.
And now I'm going to hear it and I'm going to think of you. And it's an amazing day. So it's been amazing, like, hearing everyone's insights and everyone's journeys so far. But what I also really want to hear about is your biggest highlight so far. Because you've all had incredible, incredible careers. But what's been like an aha moment where you're just like, wow, I was a part of that. I helped the culture in this way. And has this made you feel super proud of yourself?
I guess for me, it's when smaller artists or even established artists like are doing really well within their careers. So, for example, one of my colleagues has been working on Black Coffee, and he's just won a Grammy for like the first time, which was
that's
sick.
Incredible.
And yeah, like, you know, I was working with an emerging artist before who blew up over the few years, or like if they get signed to a major and you work with them when they're independent. that's like a really nice moment because you feel like as a publicist, you're not really doing much, you're just doing stuff behind the scenes, getting them a few interviews here and there. But then once the big dogs start coming in, like GQ, Vogue, even for a small artist like with DJ Mag and Mix Mag, Resident Advisor, when they start getting that kind of interest, then it shows all the hard work you've been putting into it is paying off.
I love that. And actually, like all those, you say they're small interviews, but they're not. They're such an integral part of the artist's journey, and it's so wicked that you can be apart from that from the beginning. Do you have an artist in particular that you've worked with yourself that you feel super proud of to be part of their journey?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I worked with an artist called Caitlin Scarlett, who's worked with like a lot of like big artists in pop music, and my own artists who I've done within electronic music, like Moscow Man and his label Disco Lal, which is going really well. And obviously, you know, all the Ibiza residencies, like Patrick Topping, who I work with, he's doing his first Trick Ibiza residency at DC10 for the very first time, which is a really good move for him because he actually came as an up-and-coming artist through Jamie Jones's label, Paradise, and now he's really successful in his own right.
I love that. That's wicked. What a journey. And what about you, Amy?
I would say my biggest moment for me was post-pandemic when things were just beginning to open up. I played probably my biggest gig at Drum Sheds on like the main stage, and it was the first time I'd ever played my like own music live to a crowd.
Wow, how did you feel?
Yeah, it felt pretty amazing. Just quite surreal as well, obviously after the 2 years that we'd had of like no shows. So yeah, that was definitely a big moment for me. And also like hearing crowd reactions and stuff to your music is just like, wow, I love this. And the reason why we obviously do what we do. But then on the business side, I just get such a like nice feeling from going to our big events and above and beyond shows and just seeing our artists like just killing it on stage, and our whole team is there, and it really makes you realise like this is why we work so hard and we do what we do. And you know, it's just nice to see like our artists sort of go from here to here.
Yeah, for sure. And also from your own perspective as an artist yourself, to be able to actually have that moment, that must have been incredible at Drumshed.
Yeah.
I'm like living in the moment with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. And yeah, like last weekend, I actually played my first B2B with one of our other female artists. So yeah, that was also a pretty good moment as well.
How do you feel about doing all female lineups and all female events? Do you prefer it, or would you prefer to just be put on a lineup where it's equal?
I'm on to all female lineups this year in Ibiza, and I think it's 50-50 really. I think it can be seen as like a token, but then I also think we need to realise like for the last God knows how many years it's been all male lineups in some circumstances, and we should be celebrating the fact that there's that many women out there DJing now. So yeah, I think, you know, it's 50-50, but we should really see it as a good thing and celebrate it.
Yeah, for sure. I can see you nodding. What are your thoughts and feelings?
But I think if in the promo you get described as female electronic music producer, Helena Rice, whereas it should just be, they just happen to be female on the lineup.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't really be a thing. As we say.
And what's your highlight been so far in all the things that you've done?
Definitely, I think it was when I got the Arts Council grant and I was able to fully realise the vision for an immersive show before Christmas. I did a couple of dates. I hired Copeland Gallery in Peckham and fully had sort of lighting that was bespoke programmed to the show, immersive sound, full-on projections. And for me, that was the first time that I could just actually see the vision of what I'd want to do for ages in a real-life environment. And then from a business perspective, in March this year, I took that show to Eclectic and managed to sell the show out. And some people who were coming through the marketing, they hadn't actually heard of me before, and they didn't even know the venue particularly. and it was still able to make that profitable sale. So from a business perspective, it's kind of like, well, that's a prototype that I can take forward into the next year. So hopefully that will be a way of making a living.
And what's the next plan for that?
So I've already started booking a tour for October. So I'm actually signing an album deal with a record label right now.
Exciting.
And that's dropping in October. And so a couple of venues already lined up. Old Market in Brighton is one of them, which is a 500 cap venue, which would be quite exciting.
Wicked.
But again, it's interesting. And again, I'm going to bang on slightly about immersive for people who are sort of starting out now.
Yeah.
The more venues that I talk to, the more fitting immersive surround sound systems they're really looking for. They're going to be short content, so they need people to be to understand spatial sound and programming for it. And there's more and more formats in binaural and immersive content. So that's a big direction forward for me.
I love that, because I've seen in one of your videos that you sent me before, and the visuals are beautiful. So we should find a way of circulating that, because it was really, really, really cool.
Thank you very much.
What about yourself?
I think for me, it's always just like those moments when you've worked really hard and everything kind of comes together. So I think that when I was a club promoter, that it's really hard, especially when you go into a venue. And I was like doing the event organisation and marketing. And when it all comes together and you see everyone having the best time, that's amazing. And when I was at Ministry, did the same job at Ministry, and we launched Glitterbox with Defected, and now it's doing really well. So those kind of moments.
It's one of the best nights in London, 1,000,000%.
And then now at Beatport, where like I'm really like a melt basically. So like I was always like Frankie Knuckles. I want to leave a legacy like Frankie Knuckles. And now I'm at Beatport, and I'm able to do that by creating products and changing things up. As I said, we started a new department focusing on artists and labels, and we're going to build some really cool stuff, which I think might change the industry in a way. So being able to do that kind of stuff is very rewarding.
I love that. And with all the experience and all the knowledge that you guys have now, what's something that you would tell yourself when you were first starting out that you know now? Sorry, that is a deep question.
I'd just say, like, keep persevering. Surround yourself with people that match your energy. Don't invest your time with things or people that are energy drainers, but also, everyone's in the same boat as you. And if you ever need something, just ask.
That's a really, really good point, actually. And there's no shame in asking at all. You're never going to know it all, and I think there's a beauty in knowing that. What about yourself, Amy?
I'm going to go back to the believe in yourself thing, because I feel like 5 years ago, when I was like not sure how to get into this industry, I didn't believe in myself. And as the years go on and you get the right mentors and people behind you, then you do really start to think that. I know it's easier said than done when you're starting out, but yeah, just believe that you're going to get there. Keep working on knowing what you're passionate about, and just like invest your time into the music that you love, and the rest will just fall into place, really.
Yeah, I love that. I don't know, I just think once you start doing one thing, everything then will snowball into something else, which you just got to kind of let it flow, which by the sounds of your experiences, that's what's happened and why we're here today. Helena, what about you?
I think the same. I'd just say, like, I used to obsess about knockbacks far too much. Like something happened that it wasn't even necessarily negative, I might perceive it as negative, and I'd think about that for far too long. Whereas in fact, you've just got to kind of put it to one side and keep going on the path that you're going. So it's effectively kind of the same.
Yeah, and imposter syndrome's a real thing. We were talking about it earlier. But yeah, I mean, it can be damaging, but if you use it in a positive, like that Amy said, then I think you can really go far.
I think I would say to my earlier self, don't worry about what anyone thinks about you, because you're not this is a creative world, and what you do will shine through, and then you will forge your own path. And also, if you're blocked by anything, then just do it yourself. So don't let these things get in your way or become too stressful. Just find a way. Arm yourself with knowledge, and there's a lot out there. And Point Blank are offering loads of knowledge. There's so much out there. You just have to get to know, basically.
And on that note, God, mic drop. Thank you guys so much for today. All your answers have been amazing, and I've gained so much knowledge and inspiration. So can we give a big round of applause for our panelists?
Hello, welcome back. For those who weren't here this morning, my name's Declan McGlynn. I'm a journalist for Rolling Stone and DJ Mag, resident advisor, and other such people and titles. I also used to work at Point Blank, proudly, so I know all the good work that they do in the industry for their students and their graduates. This panel is all about the tech industry, which is a bit of a broad umbrella term for the tools that you might use to get creative, essentially. Everything from DJ equipment, production equipment, studio equipment, that kind of thing, all that good stuff. You've probably played on some of it outside this room today. These guys are going to talk a little bit about their story, how they got into tech. I think it's kind of an interesting angle because, you know, the most obvious kind of journey path for your career when you're studying Point Blank is like become an artist or a DJ or a producer. And many of you in this room probably want to do that, but there are so many other roles out there that involve being creative within the music industry that might not be super front-facing as a performer or an artist. So it's important to like explore those options as well. So I guess the first thing to do is to get our wonderful panel to introduce themselves. Do you want to start first, Owen? Just maybe tell us your name, what you do, and kind of how you got to this point, briefly.
Hi everyone, how are we all doing? I knew it would be really boomy as soon as I started talking. So
you got the MC mic going on.
Exactly. So, hi, my name's Owen. So I've been involved in electronic music and the underground club culture for about 25 years now. So I started off as a DJ in the late 1990s on the back end of the rave scene. Then gravitated towards drum machines, synthesizer samplers, started making my own music, gigged and released throughout the noughties. I then went to Native Instruments for 10 years and I ended up heading out and leading their product education department globally. And then 3 years ago I left and I formed my own company called Digit Music, which is a couple of things. We're a record label, so we make content for Splice, Loop Masters, people like that. We also are a digital instrument manufacturer, which I'll talk about a bit later on because we're bringing to market a device called Composer. And then we have a creative learning department as well, so we wrap learning experiences around all of that.
Lovely stuff.
Hi, I'm Jack. I've been with Pioneer DJ for 5 years. I'm in the product planning development side of the business, and I'm also previously experienced within the production side of things, so everything from festival production, Creamfields, and I've also had a background in working freelance and full-time for big club industry as well, such as Ministry of Sound. So a wide range, and I also DJ myself when I have the time, and you know, working more into the production side, the music production side. Sorry. So yeah, that's me.
Hi, my name's Shona. I'm the brand manager for Ableton for the UK and for Ireland. I take care of all of our relationships, so all of our community relationships, all of our educational relationships. Obviously, not just myself. I have a team as well who work with me, who are also brand managers. So we share all the roles. You might have bumped into my colleague Danny, who kind of takes care of more of the educational side than I do. I tend to take care of retail, like I say, community, user groups, artists that we work with. So I kind of take care of all of that liaison in the UK and for Ireland.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm a UK product specialist with Focusrite Group. So we deal with Adam Audio, Novation, Sequential, and Focusrite. Started off with Guitar Hero and took it a bit too seriously, and then got really into guitar off the back of that. Studied sound engineering, then got into Focusrite like 7 years ago as a placement, doing support. Spent the last 4 years doing QA testing, which is like testing our drum machines, synthesizers, launch pads, MIDI controllers, that kind of thing. And moved into UK product specialist a year ago. So I'm now just demoing, hyping up our gear everywhere we go.
Nice. Do you want to start with you then, maybe, because you actually did study sound engineering and you found your way into Focusrite. What was the journey between finishing education and starting at Focusrite, and how did that come about?
So it was a placement year. I was in my end of my second year, and a couple of people from Focusrite said about the placement scheme at Focusrite, which is still going strong and is a really good entry point to the business. I did a placement in the customer support team, which was a really good place to start because you get to know the customers, but you also get to know all the products, and you get to know how they work and also the problems that people run into with them as well. So that was just starting. I applied as a placement student, got on really well with the team there, and went back to finish my last year at uni. And then after that, because I kind of already knew some people at Focusrite, it helped get my foot in the door to, start there again afterwards in another role. But yeah.
Yeah, and Shona, what was your journey into Ableton like? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people in this room have used Ableton, or know what it is at least. Definitely one of the dominating DAWs on the planet, used by so many massive artists and all of the different genres. I mean, it must be an exciting place to work.
Yeah, I mean, my journey was a bit twisty-turny to get to this point. I graduated with a music degree, didn't really have a clue what I wanted to do with it, because I soon found out that the angle I wanted to go with while I was doing my degree wasn't really kind of realistic. I kind of signed up for a degree which didn't exactly touch on what I thought it might touch on, so I kind of made the best of what I had to go with that and learn as much as I could, and embraced that still. And that was a great side of learning about kind of business law, sort of the educational side, obviously, sort of developing skills in mixing, mastering, production, and all those sorts of things. But I really felt like I got thrown in the deep end when I got my first job, which was, I don't know the age range of everyone here. Does everyone remember Turnkey?
Yes.
Yeah? Seen some nodding heads. Not as many
like
as I'd like to.
retailer.
I'm feeling a bit old right now. But
It's
yeah.
like a UK retailer, right? Yeah.
As a UK retailer, yeah. So I started working there when I was 21. I play guitar, and my aunt actually worked around the corner and said, "Hey, they're offering some jobs at Turnkey." And I was like, "Great, I need a job." So I went there, and slowly but surely, over time, I went from working at Turnkey. I then went to work for Arbiter, who were a distributor who used to distribute Steinberg, Native Instruments, and all that sort of stuff. So it was the best kind of like baptism of fire to learn all of these brands and learn all of this gear, so like just constantly just having all the time in the world while you're at work when you're not serving customers, obviously, just learning all the gear. It was amazing. And I learned so many production tips and tricks from just like speaking to artists who were coming in every day, just wanting to know more. Slowly veered into marketing as well. So you kind of had the product knowledge and the marketing skill set, which came along there. And then, funnily enough, my head was nodding along when Alex was talking about Focusrite, because I used to work for Focusrite. I worked with them from 2014 to 2017, and then I went to work for HHB, all doing marketing. And then, as it often happens, someone in the industry talks to you about, hey, there's a job going here. I know your skill set. I think you'd be really good at it. You should try for it. Obviously, Ableton was kind of my dream job. I've been using Live since version 6, and thought, yeah, I'd love to work for them. Probably won't get the job, but I'll go for it anyway, and went and I got it. And it's a really good amalgam of all of those skills that I've picked up along the way. So when I say it's twisty-turny, that's what I mean. It's kind of not really having an absolute intention at the beginning, but kind of finding your feet and learning what you like to do and you don't like to do, and kind of just slowly narrowing your focus of what you want to do for a job. So brand management and marketing, and kind of just social interactions with everyone and learning what everyone needs from the software, and then obviously feeding that back to HQ. That's what, and the hardware. That's what I do. Yeah. So yeah.
Nice one. Jack, do you want to give us a little bit of an overview of your pioneer story?
Yeah, so it was a bit of a crazy one. I originally started off studying for TV and video production, and I didn't really enjoy it that much as a degree, and I kept at it and then got my degree, but my real love was for music, so I kind of really wanted to sort of put that in perspective and think, this is what I want to do, and go down a music route. So I started to freelance and do a lot of, because I was quite good with more the stage production side of things as well. So I started to kind of freelance and doing that sort of thing off the side. So I was doing a lot of helping out on smaller scale festivals, and the more like bands, DJs, that sort of stuff. At the same time, working, doing my own sort of DJ side of things in my other spare time as well. So it's kind of mixing between production side, stage managing, that sort of stuff, and lighting operations, sound engineering, and then obviously doing the DJ side as well. So I kind of wanted to sort of build that sort of stage up even more. So eventually, when I kind of done a lot more of the London-based sort of clubs, I managed to see a job advertised for Ministry of Sound. So I thought this was like a golden opportunity, I'll go for it, see what happens. And I was lucky enough to get it. And so I followed that as a career for 2.5 years and loved every minute of it. It was shattering. Don't get me wrong. The night shift pattern was a bit crazy, so you kind of had to turn your whole sort of life and work span around that sort of thing. It was a lot of dedicating sort of long hours and that sort of thing as well. My full title there was production technician. So again, I was doing a lot of interaction with the artists, doing a lot of the switchovers, sound, lighting, you name it. It was all in that whole job role. And yeah, I kind of followed from that. And it was a weird one because Pioneer was basically, they do a lot of work with a lot of their filming and that sort of thing in the actual club. So I was, had that contact with Pioneer at the same time, and I saw that there was a job going for it. So it was kind of like, again, another golden opportunity that, I could just go and apply for. And that was to be more between the product coordinator side of things, so a lot more of like the organising and that sort of side of things as well. So I eventually was like, dream job, Pioneer DJ. I got to where I was doing that, carried that out, and now I'm more involved with the product development. So I've worked my way up into the executive title, which now sees over all of the product range from the entry-level stuff all the way to the industry standard that you'll see in a club. So a full wide range collection of products that we work on in with Japan as well. So yeah, that's kind of my whole sort of story of how I've progressed up further. But it's a lot of time to work your way up the ladder. You know.
It's funny, like, how much of that time spent dealing with artists in the kind of chaos of ministry on a Saturday night and understanding their needs from what they want from DJ hardware kind of translates into what you do now.
Exactly, yeah. So that kind of helped me out with that sort of role. I was in with the DJs. The technical riders were very technical, so they had to have everything how they wanted it set up and everything. So, that kind of gave me a step into, working close relations with them at the same time, and with the hardware as well. You saw a lot of, not just Pioneer DJ. You sort of see them using a lot of other manufacturer suppliers as well, that we had to, connect up ready for them to use. So.
Yeah, I know, and I mean, you were that native for 10 years, did you say?
Yeah.
I mean, what was that, during that period, Native Instruments, exploded, really. And what was that journey like?
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, I went in the door as a product specialist, so I looked after all three family brands, Complete, Machina and Tractor, and it was still quite a boutique company when I went in, and spent a lot of time in Berlin, which was obviously a blessing, because it was at the similar time when Berlin was becoming very culturally relevant for electronic music at the same time. So it was interesting to see a company from the inside changing in the way that it did. It's a very, very different beast now to what it was when I was there. Obviously, it's part of a VC conglomerate now, so that brings different considerations for a company. But it was interesting listening to Jack and Shauna and listening to their experiences and their journey through, because I think the point that Shauna made about being multifaceted with skills is a big thing. I've been very lucky in that I've been exposed from 4-year-olds who wanted to make electronic music all the way up to A-listers and going on tour with like Radiohead and Chemical Brothers and things like that. So you get to see a real breadth of needs from technology, but actually when you distill it down, it still really comes back to one fundamental thing, and that is things are still pretty complicated to use, so you've got to try to make it uncomplicated for someone under a lot of pressure. But Native was a great company to work for. It opened up a lot of doors for me, taught me a lot of skills, put me under a lot of pressure, not always pressure that I wanted, but you have to embrace it and roll with it. And I think in the room here as well, everyone's a creative. We all know that. That's why we're all here. That creative mindset really plays well into working in the creative industries, because you've got to be agile with the way that you work, and you've got to be agile with your mindset, and don't get stuck in a rut either. I think, don't be afraid to look sideways. Yes, have your tunnel vision of where you think you're going to go, but there's some interesting stuff happening over here, and there's some interesting stuff happening over here as well.
And do you want to tell us a little bit about Digit then, and what your kind of like MO is?
Yeah, so for me, essentially, the gap between non-musician and musician is still really broad. There's a big void to fill, and I think for us, our snatch line is music made easier. So the point being is that by us demystifying the music making process, we're making it easier for other people to make music. But I have a bit of a bugbear, because I still see there's still a lot of copying and repetition going on in the music tech industry at the moment. instruments. There's a thing in visual design called skeuomorphism. I don't know if anyone's heard of it before.
I know it from Apple conferences.
Yes, exactly. And I think, unfortunately, in the tech industry, there's still a want to replicate what is in the analog world and just make a digital version of it. But for us at Digit, I mean, I can't take all the merit for it because it's my co-founder Sai as well, who we've formed the company together, and he's worked in the industry as a producer for a long time. But if our MO is to get more people to make music, then we've got to go in a different direction to everyone else. And I think if you're making things that have got lots of buttons, screens, faders, to the average person, that's still really confusing and alien. So what we've decided to do is we've decided to take gaming and mobile technology and repurpose those into a musical instrument. And as if by magic, this is what we ended up with, basically. So it's a joystick and gaming controller, but it's a piece of MIDI hardware, Bluetooth, so you can play a VST synth from this, you can play a modular synth from this. The idea being, though, is that we've removed the necessity to have dexterity, which is a big thing. We set Digit up as disability confident employers because we're trying to also increase representation for unrepresented communities in the music industry as well. What we know, though, is actually if you design a music product around human ergonomics, i.e. gestures, that's a much more rewarding experience for someone than if you put them in front of 88 black and white keys, for example. You don't know which ones to hit and which ones are going to be right. I've learned all of my music through hardship, but I think we're in quite a democratizing place at the moment with technology, and actually, if we really zoom out, and I didn't want to get on my soapbox about this, but here we go. If you really zoom out, like, music is a cornerstone of culture, and culture is, we think, a reflection of society's shared values. So what does it say about society and culture if not everyone can make music and access it in that way? So that's kind of our MO, is to lower the barrier, but still enable someone to make high quality sounding music. And what you find a lot with what are coined accessible instruments is the glass ceiling's really low. You know, we all want to be good at what we do, but if I hit that glass ceiling really quickly, where do I go? I don't go anywhere. So as a producer, for me, I want to gig with this, but I'd like to think that actually a complete novice will pick it up and use it, as we see already in our testing. They get rewarded with it as well. All of my experience at Native has led me to that, though, because I was exposed to thousands of people over tens of thousands of hours with one simple thing to do, get them to make music with technology, and I just saw the same barriers every single time.
And what were the main frustrations you saw while you were at Native that led you to this, from like A-listers and like experienced engineers? Because, you know, everyone has their blockers, right?
Yeah, they do, but I think it's still, we all want to get into that dopamine reward cycle really quickly. Whether it's you're mixing at Abbey Road or whether you're banging out a beat on Fruity Loops or Ableton, it doesn't matter whether you're using a Pioneer DJ controller. You just want to get rewarded for it. You know, like, you do things because you enjoy doing them, but if there's a massive gap to get to that reward, you don't want to do it. So when I did a lot, I did a lot of work with Nigel from Radiohead. I say Nigel like we're on best frames, but you know, I spent a lot of time in his studio with him, and that was a real insight into it, because I got to see, well, he gets a new bit of kit, but then he has to spend 3 weeks learning how to use it, and that's a man with all of that experience and understanding as well. Nicole Mudaber, I was lucky enough to go on tour with her quite a few times as well. And that was at the point when when Native were trying to really push the D2 out. You know, D2 is now... does anyone even know what the D2 is in this room? No, exactly. Because it was too complicated to use. You know, so I think as much as different people have their own agenda, actually it's just they want to feel good by doing their craft.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's interesting to hear you all mention that you are either musicians, producers, or engineers and DJs. In the past, do you think that you need to have a kind of musician's or creative's brain to work in the industry that creates the tools for other creatives? That can be to anyone.
I'll jump in quickly. Yes, I think it's important. The reason is, it's like any craft person. If you're making tools for a carpenter, for example, but you don't have any experience of carpentry, you haven't got that same pain barrier, that bugbear that they have. So as much as, I'm not saying you have to be making it 24/7, because I don't anymore. You know, it's probably, I had a release last year, but before then it had probably been 10 years since I'd had a release. Still making music at least once a week though, because I need to feed that into what I make for other people. And if I haven't got that commonality, that doesn't mean that you can't do it, but I think it just gives you that insight. And I don't know if you would all agree with that. It just gives you that insight into the pain problems for people.
I think it depends on the level of depth that you're going into as well. I think there's a lot of people in the industry who are creative in some way that may not necessarily be music. It might be with art or something like that, another creative outlet. But I think if you can relate to that moment of breaking through and finding yourself and finding your voice or finding your way of doing things, or that eureka moment or that dopamine hit when you think, oh, I've finally cracked it, I've got this now. And it's that first step on the ladder. I think if you can associate with that frustration and that approach, I think you would have a place in this industry. Obviously, when it comes to dealing with the gear every day and everything like that, obviously I think that's when that side of having some musicality or at least having some experience using the gear does come into handy, because you need to, as Owen actually absolutely says, you need to have that perspective. So I think it depends how deep you want to get into the process.
Yeah. I mean, I think no matter how big you are as an artist, you have the same issues of imposter syndrome and creative block, and that doesn't change no matter how much money you've got in the bank. So I guess being able to relate to that from a product perspective, even if it's just QA or support, is really important.
Yeah, I think it's really helpful to have that creative empathy. If you're in support, you want to know where people are coming from. If you're in design, you want to know what people want to, how people want to make music. I'm always, quite impressed or surprised by how creative everyone is across the board in Focusrite, from my own experience anyway. Like the hardware engineers, the DSP engineers, they're just classically trained in sort of like hardware electronics, software engineering, that kind of thing. But you speak to anyone, they've all got a music project that they're working on, and you get to listen to it. It's really, really cool. It's really nice common ground for everyone. When anyone joins the company, it's like it's an easy icebreaker. Is sort of what sort of music are you into? Because everyone's really into some sort of music generation. But yeah, people come in from all sorts of backgrounds as well, like the signal processing people, which is they end up like creating signals out of synthesizers and stuff. A lot of them come from communication technology, which I find is a really interesting way to move it across. It's a very interesting transferable skill. But yeah, everyone's very creative.
Do you get loads of free kit from Novation?
Yeah, it's the best part of the job. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, so. Awesome. Yeah, I recommend Product Specialist. It's good for, because like you got to know the kit inside out well enough to explain it to anyone at any level. So whenever we get a new piece of kit, you've got to send over to me to get specialised in it. So that's great fun. QA is really good for that as well. Testing, testing is. If I could just talk about testing for a second, actually, like it's a job I didn't know existed, but it's really, really fun. Test engineering or quality assurance, with the people who will test the products as they're in development. So even when it's just a set of ideas on a piece of paper, we've got to check that list of ideas for logical conflicts. So you can't be like. It can't be one requirement of the product says it's green and then the other one later says it's blue, that kind of really basic stuff. And then later on we get a prototype and we've got to try and break it and prove that it works as it should. And you're testing everything, the mechanics, the electronics, the firmware. It's quite intimidating sometimes because the mechanical engineers like 20 years of experience just on mechanics, and it's me having done it for like a year and along with a bunch of other stuff, having to be the arbiter of whether they succeeded in their task is a weird position to be put in, but it's a really, really good job, QA, and you get loads of kit because there's loads of prototypes, and they don't all work, especially after you finish with them, but yeah, great fun.
Was there any kit that never made it to market that you played with?
Yes, yeah. Unfortunately, I probably can't talk about it.
Go
but
on. We're all friends here.
Sorry?
Just ignore the cameras at the back of the room.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing that didn't make it to market. There was a reason it didn't make it to market. It didn't work very well, But yeah, prototypes are fun.
Yeah, nice one. I wanted to ask you about Pioneer then. I mean, Pioneer are literally ubiquitous across pretty much every club in the world. There's about 900 of them in this club alone. How do you go about designing something that people are so familiar with when you want to make a change? In terms of the DJs want to rock up and they want to know that when they get into the booth, especially if their flight's delayed, they got 1 minute before their set starts, they don't want to be introduced to some new bit of kit. So there's like a level of muscle memory involved, especially with the 2000s, which are so ubiquitous. How do you then design something that keeps those muscle memory slots in place, but also innovates technically?
Yeah, so for instance, the new CDJ 3000 that was released recently, for example, we didn't want to completely revolutionise the whole thing. We wanted it to keep the whole sort of, like you said, the muscle memory and the workflow nice and easy, that a DJ would feel still comfortable if they had to have that in front of them. But, we're all about, inspiring and new technology within our sort of product lineup. So, for us, we want to still keep the workflow very easy for DJs. But to still help them in a way where it will make their life a lot easier for DJing and a lot quicker. For if they're on the move, if they're traveling a lot of the time as well. It's not that they're going to get so confused when they go into a booth. Everything's nice and easy for them to remember.
But in terms of, is it frustrating for you guys to, you've got this great idea that people would love, but there's no way to innovate it without kind of disrupting that workflow?
I think that's where it comes down to the real feedback that we go through. We don't just hear from a couple of DJs. We go worldwide with this. Europe to America. We get every feedback that we can from not just one particular DJ, but from a diverse set of DJs, whether it be a hip hop, scratch to, I don't know, a house, a techno DJ. A lot of planning and development goes into it. It gets discussed over a big team as well, and with our Japanese engineers as well. So, it's a long process that we go through. It's not, that it's a tick of the box, or should we just risk it if someone's going to like it or not. It goes through a gradual process before, it makes it to the final product.
Yeah, one thing before I get you guys a chance to ask some questions. I think during COVID, it's interesting the tech industry completely changed because so many people were stuck at home and they were downloading demos of, a lot of software companies gave extended demos of Ableton and Arturia and other platforms. And now there's so many more beginners than ever and the industry is growing massively. How exciting is it? And what advice would you give to someone who wanted to kind of start doing what you guys are doing now?
I'd say just, talk to as many people as you can, get as many different perspectives. Owen made a really good point about not narrowing down your vision as to what's out there and the possibility of what you can offer the industry. I think that's the thing. I mean, I didn't even imagine becoming a brand manager when I graduated. I thought I wanted to be a score writer. So, that's something that you kind of learn as you go along. In terms of being a beginner, I think that's one thing that is really exciting for me at the moment because, being in charge of community stuff for Ableton in the UK and Ireland during a pandemic is, I think I was a year and a half into the job when that happened. So I was just about finding my feet, getting used to the job, I think I got this, many of the hats you have to wear. And then that happened. But it was such an interesting challenge because we've all been there, we've all been a beginner, and we've all been fortunate enough to hopefully not be in the middle of a pandemic when that happens, so we can have someone in front of us, ask all the questions, get tactile with the gear and everything like that. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see this new wave of music that's going to come out of this time with this completely different avenue of learning. I mean, we've been trying to put on webinars and things like that throughout lockdown, trying to still reach our community at home because it's such an important thing for us, making sure that our community knows where we are and that we're still bringing people together, even if it's through a screen, which is really, really difficult to keep that level of enthusiasm up. So I'm really excited to see what's going to come out creatively from all of those beginners with that different perspective of learning online and, you know, having to reach for inspiration in a different way possibly. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Anyone else on that one?
Yeah, I mean, Shona said a really important word, community. I think, you know, go out and find your tribe as well, and really, when I started the internet, I think actually now it's even harder with the internet. When I started making music, the internet didn't exist. So, you know, like, guess how old I am from that. But the point being is that you had to go to find the community to learn. You know, I wasn't one of those kids whose parents was rich enough to afford music lessons or instruments. So me and my friends found our own music education, and that started with vinyl and Technics. That's where it all began. But it was that tribe mentality of we're in this together that was really reassuring, because then we were trading skills and there was a little bit of competitive edge in there, and, you know, everyone's trying to up their skill level a little bit as well. But that actually made us all into better creatives. You know, I think out of the 10 of us that used to like bunk off school at lunchtime and go and DJ, all 10 of us work in music. Which is like, it blows my mind, that does, because normally everyone fractures off and does their own thing, as you would do. But, you know, you've got a collective community here as well in this space. And point blank, you know, no plugs intended, it's a great institution. You know, I've been lucky enough to teach there as a lecturer. It's been great giving some of my skill sets back to the next generation of people coming through. But your ideas in this room are as relevant and important as my ideas, even though I've got 25 years on you in the industry. So be confident in that kind of thing as well, because music creation is becoming part of the broader entertainment landscape, and it's only going one way. You know, and funnily enough, me and Si were having a debate in the studio about this yesterday, because it was actually the article you'd written on Cosco for Splice. And we went onto the YouTube channel, and there's a lot of hate on there about Cosco, and there shouldn't be. You know, like, if you're scared of that, you're not getting on the bus, because it's only going in one direction. But also, don't be blind to things that you're not interested in as well, because you don't know when that, again, this multi-skilled thing, you don't know when that's going to be useful to you as well. So connect with each other as well. You know, there's a lot of people here. Talk to them.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of a good point, because it's all about networking, and you can learn off each other. So if someone else has an idea and they want to try it out, they can ask someone else for their advice on it. It's like from producing to DJing, you know, for a track, you know, that's kind of key. You're in a really tight network, and you don't have to follow everyone else, you know, be yourself at the same time, follow what you want to do.
And I feel like I should bring this up, being the only one on the stage, but being a woman in the industry 20 years ago when I started, I started using music technology when I was 16. Again, do the maths. But you know, it was really different then. I'm seeing more trans, non-binary, and female-identifying faces, which is awesome, and it makes me smile every time I see it. And the sense of welcoming nature into the community that I'm seeing as well, how everyone's welcome. And just basically taking that intimidation out of it, because I felt that a lot when I started, and I feel it less now, but there's still a long way to go. Obviously, that ratio is still incredibly low for us, but it's going in the right direction. And one thing I would just say is to anyone in the room is just don't feel like anyone else is better than you. Don't feel like your questions are stupid. Don't feel like you don't matter, because your perspective is so important in the industry as well, and you may have a different perspective to someone else and may blow someone else's mind, and you think, well, what? That's what I do every day with my music, you know, and it's things like that. So just never think that you're not good enough to speak to someone else about it. As Owen said, you know, whether you have 25 years experience or, you know, a couple of months, your perspective is important. So yeah, don't feel like you don't have a place.
Nice one.
Yeah, I just want to riff on that real quick as well. There's a point stuck out there. Yeah, a really good ask good questions. I think is a really good. I think is probably a good thing to do. You can actually find out loads from asking the right questions. You can also, even if you want to give someone an idea, it's actually sometimes more effective to ask them a question in such a way that makes them think it was their idea. So that's one way to get around. Yeah, and it carries with confidence.
Diplomacy in the workplace.
Yeah.
I would say also that, like, on a point that Shona just made, a lot of people making the software that you all use have been doing it for a long time, right? So they can get a bit stuck in a rut and don't see the wood for the trees. So actually they welcome new fresh opinions and fresh takes on the tools that they're designing, because it gives them a whole new outlook on what they're doing. So yeah, that's very valid.
That's one of the ways we know what to update with each version. You know, we listen to our community, and it's that really, you know, it's a really interesting point earlier, kind of, you know, balancing that thing between the need of your existing community and then creating innovation to maybe welcome more members of that community, and getting that balance right, and, you know, making sure that you're still listening to your existing community whilst also trying to think ahead a little bit and try and think about what else they could need. And obviously, as has been said, you know, a lot of research goes into that.
Yeah, nice one.
Just to add a point to what Shona was saying, actually, when I started, the scales were very much balanced towards the tech companies telling the consumer what they wanted. Yeah. It's shifted now, and that's the way it should be shifting, because actually it's you guys, us, we've got the buying power. You know, like, if we're not spending money with those manufacturers, they're not going to be in business for much longer. And I think that's a really healthy thing for the music scene now as well, is actually it's much more grassroots level facing. When I went in at Native, it was very much about what does the A-lister want? Let's make that thing. But actually, when you're at this level, what the A-lister wants isn't necessarily what you need. So actually coming in on the ground level now, and companies listening, and Ableton and Focusrite and Pioneer are good at doing it as well. You know, it's important. Your voice is a valid opinion at the end of the day, and it goes as Shona says, don't think that it's not either, because it is.
Exactly. We probably have time for one question if anybody has any. If not, yes. Hold on a sec.
Cheers. Really interesting talk. But you mentioned earlier that most of you had musical projects before you started your careers. And my question is, how did you balance those in the early stages of your careers? And how do you feel about, you know, potentially disregarding one for the other?
Yeah, great question. Balance was difficult, no shadow of a doubt. You know, gigging, living the nightlife and gigging at night, and then coming in and then having to do the day job was hard. But you make it work because you have to make it work. But also as well, I think, I mean, I don't know if your experience is similar, but Native were very forgiving with me in the sense of that, you know, I didn't clock in at 9 o'clock in the morning and clock out at 6 o'clock in the evening. That's not the way it worked, because if I had to go on tour with someone, obviously I got time in lieu when I came back. But also as well, like every single person that I met at Native Instruments made music. So there was that tolerance of that as well, because that's important for the company, because that's the creative kernel that keeps them going. And if everyone's making music, it means that you've got a much more informed workforce to help other people make music as well. But yeah, sure, it's a challenge. It always is. You know, if you've got a day job and you're trying to make music in the evening, that's always going to be it. But just go back to thinking why you started doing it. You weren't doing it because actually you were thinking about headlining a Glastonbury. You did it because it made you feel good. That was the first reason I did it, and I'm sure it was the first reason for everyone else as well. I just felt good doing it. I still feel good doing it today.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Same with Focusrite. Like, that everyone there is kind of a musician, and there's a lot of empathy for, like, oh, you need to get to a gig. Like, yeah, they're accommodating for musicians. So yeah, you can have a day job and also perform and that kind of thing.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say there's no rush as well, so don't have to rush things through, because that's when you don't spend as much time that you want to on it as well on a project. So take your time with it. You can always go back to it and work at it to make it to how you want to sound, because rushing it just doesn't come out as good. So
I'd say from an Ableton perspective, it's kind of the same as like what we've been saying about the community, and Owen made a really good point about it. If you don't encourage and enthuse and support your community to make music, no one's going to use the software and hardware in the first place. So, you've got to kind of fuel that enthusiasm
team at Clinton's. We are based in Covent Garden, and I'm just straight a talent lawyer. Pretty much all I do all day is look after musicians, producers, and songwriters.
Hi, I'm Ben. Oh, that's very loud. It's weird hearing yourself back. I work for Barclay at Clinton's. I'm in the music team as well, and actually just hoping to follow in his footsteps a bit, and just look after some great artists and help them further their careers in the best way possible. So should we kick off through this?
So I guess the first thing to do is to explain what it is that a music lawyer can do, what it is that a music lawyer does do in the whole process. Because for a lot of people, the first person they appoint is a lawyer, often before managers. So there are lots of different types of music lawyer, but the type that Ben and I are kind of constantly on the lookout for new artists at a very early stage of their career, often, as I said, before managers, sometimes just after management has been appointed, we get appointed. And a big part of our role in the initial stages of an artist's career, if it's not finding a manager, if the manager is already in place, is to help decide whether the right thing to do is to do a record deal, a distribution deal, or to find some other way of releasing music. It's a massive and fundamental part of the strategy of how an artist moves through their career, and it's changed enormously in the last 10 years. When I started doing it 14 years ago, it was basically get a record deal with a major label or an indie, or you were self-releasing, and self-releasing basically was a badge of not really having been able to make it as a professional musician. Now that's totally changed, and it's culminated with an artist I represent called Girl in Red, who's just sold 1 million copies of her first record without a record company. So the landscape has totally shifted, and we're here to just kind of explain a little bit about what it was and what it is, and the various different things you can do as an artist. Ben.
So I guess the bigger question is, what is a record deal? And in very basic terms, we'd say a record deal is an exclusive grant of rights in certain recordings, or recordings recorded during an agreed period of time with a label, a distributor, or someone else, which we'll come to. But I think a more important question is, what do you get in return for licensing or assigning those rights? And just to touch on the point of what a license is and what an assignment might be, a license is when you're giving your recordings to a record company or distributor for a certain period of time, but when you get them back. An assignment usually infers that actually you are giving away your masters forever, or for all intents and purposes forever, so life of copyright, which is death of the author plus 70 years, so quite a long time. So in return for that, you would hope that you get serious sort of industry expertise and industry connections from your label or your distributor, and hopefully a budget in return to help get those records heard, to help market them, to help get them to the listener's ears.
Cool, and we're going to just use a couple of examples of artists that we specifically work on and have worked on since the very beginning of their careers to illustrate some of the things that we're talking about today. So I just want to talk very briefly about how things have changed over the last 15 years. So as I said, 15 years ago, if you met your lawyer, you would generally meet your lawyer, in the UK this is, because in the US it's always been slightly different. But in the UK you meet your lawyer because you had a record deal to sign, really. In some cases, you met a lawyer earlier and they helped you find a record deal, but ultimately that was the relationship on the record side of your business. Now, over time, people started realizing that record companies were, let me put it slightly different way, that the public was finding stuff before record companies were telling them about it. Whereas previously it had been very, very top-down. People found out about music from Top of the Pops, from radio playlists. Suddenly, things like SoundCloud started to pop up. And artists that I was working with at the time, like Muramasa, started to really connect as part of an online community that wasn't as a result of a record label telling people what to listen to. The next step on from that was what we did with an artist called Oh Wonder. And they are still the first artist in history to sell 1 million copies of their debut record without a record company. They released a track a week for a year, and then bundled them together as an album and released it with a distributor rather than a record company. And it went on to sell 1 million copies. It's now sold many more than that. And that really set an enormous chain of events happening. A lot more people realised that distributors and label services companies were not just where you went if you couldn't get a record deal. They were a way to take the first few steps of your career that a record company wouldn't necessarily help you with. What was interesting that then started to happen was the label services companies began to hire more and more people to start fulfilling more and more of the actual label services, until we get to now where they've got a lot of the same services as a record company would offer in-house in their companies. So companies like AWOL, Orchard, we'll come to kind of who they are in a little bit. But that started off as a way for people to take the first couple of steps to then still get a record deal. And where they are now is a lot of artists are taking those first few steps and then staying on label services for large sections of their career, or leaving record companies to go to label services. So, for example, I work with an artist called Jungle, who used to be signed to XL for their first 2 records. They're now on AWOL, and they've had their most commercially successful, I think it's their most commercially successful record on AWOL last year. So that's label services rather than a label, which is a very interesting kind of shift in how things have worked.
So Barclay sort of touched on some of those, the key differences and the key different types of record deals, but just to summarize what they are, we think there are 3 fundamental categories. So the first one is that you have your 80-20 major label deal. So what that means is that the label share of income overall is 80% against the artist 20%. Now, obviously, that shifts in different ways. So there could be a lower artist royalty or hopefully a higher artist royalty, particularly later on in their career. There's also the 50-50 net receipts, or what people would call the independent label model. More recently, we now have the distribution model, which is the 75-25 model, where the artist is actually receiving hopefully 75% or upwards of the total income from their records. Now, there are some key players, obviously, in each of those categories. The first one I mentioned is the traditional major label model. So you have your Universal, Warners, and Sony. And within those, there are various labels under each umbrella. So within the Universal umbrella in the UK, just as an example, would be Polydor, Island, and EMI. Under the Warner umbrella is Atlantic, Warner Records, and Parlophone. And Sony, Columbia, and RCA, I think, are probably the biggest ones to mention. There are also a lot more. I don't want to upset anyone in the room, if there is anyone else here as well. Sony, in particular, have loads of sort of JV labels or smaller labels like Relentless, Since 93, Black Butter, going across the board. So, and then there's the label services, the 75-25, and some of the key names in the UK industry are Believe, The Orchard, and AWOL. So how do each of those types of deal work? So I think there's a bit of, what I want to talk about is something called recoupment. And I think there's a bit of misconception within each deal as to how recoupment, or how the money that the label has spent on the artist, is recovered. So under the major label model, of 100% of income that comes in, anything that's been paid out to the artist by way of recording costs or advances is recouped from the 20% that comes in. So the label retains the 80% share. But within that, we would always push for the label to cover any marketing costs to market those records. So that's one of the justifications for doing a deal where that split is a little bit lower.
In the short term, really expensive for record labels. In the long term, really expensive for the artists, because when they've recouped that marketing cost, they then probably, in a lot of cases, got life of copyright on 80%.
Yeah. And then moving to the independent model, that works slightly differently in that the position you want to get to is that if, for example, a record costs £100 to make and £100 to make and market, and £150 of income is earned, of £150 that comes in, £100 goes towards recovering those costs of making and promoting the record, and the remaining £50 is split equally. There are some steps away with that. So, for example, recording costs are sometimes treated as what's called an advance against the artist. So they're recoupable just from the artist's 50%. Now, when we're doing a deal, we try and push as far away as we can from that and often achieve it. Sometimes we're not successful, but it's the position we'd like to get to. The difference with distribution and label services is that all the costs that are put forward by that distributor, so if they give you a marketing budget, for example, they give you a small float to make the records, they are all recoverable from the 75%, which would have otherwise been due to the artist, but with the distributor always retaining their 25% from the first time the records come out.
From the three different ones, obviously worse for the record label in the short term, better in the long term, worse for the artist under label services in the short term, but much better in the long term. So I guess the big question is what are the factors that would make you decide to go for a record company deal, a kind of profit split deal, or a label services deal? What is it that would make you choose any of those different things? So it's a big part of the early discussions we have with artists. And I'm just going to take you through a few examples of people that we work with. So start with the major label deal. So two artists that we've had a good degree of success with recently from a very early stage, as in before they were gigging really as solo artists, are Lewis Capaldi and Griff. Both of those artists knew that they wanted to work with major labels very, very early in their careers. So I started working with Sarah when she was 15, 14. And she had a very clear idea about creatively where she wanted to be. And it was a fairly finished product she had in mind. When she started releasing it, the videos had to be amazing, the artwork had to be amazing, the music had to sound incredible. It couldn't have a kind of DIY aesthetic. So the decision was made by her, do you know what, I'd like to engage with the creative team of a frontline record label, which underlines, actually, I think one of the big differences still between label services and record labels. The in-house creative teams at frontline record labels can be absolutely amazing. And the budgets they've got are very, very different to what's available elsewhere. So for her, and then also for Lewis, who when he started breaking, they broke him very, very fast, internationally through the Universal network, which is obviously enormous. And it worked very well for two very mainstream artists. And I'm not saying it only works for mainstream artists. It works very well for, I look after Michael Kiwanuka, who is not super, super mainstream, but it's also worked very well for him in a kind of curation of a beautiful world around an artist with major label budgets. That's worked very well as well. But some examples of why you might, at an early stage, shoot for a major label deal. Then, looking at, I represent an artist called Bicep, and have done since a very early point in their career. They're with Ninja Tune. Ninja Tune, indie label, and Ninja Tune's deal model is generally a 50-50, which they're very proud of, and they talk about it a lot in public. So effectively, it's a joint venture between the artist and the label, generally seen as a really fair way of a label and an artist working together. The decision there was a lot to do with the fact that culturally Ninja Tune were exactly the right place for that artist to fit. And that, in the indie sector, is still very true. A lot of, if you look at labels like Dirty Hit, Communion, Chess Club, Ninja Tune, XL, 4AD, they're all, if you know the type of music they all release music of a type. There's a kind of fairly obvious culture around these sort of labels, and that often drives a lot of people to make the decision to work in the indie sector. And then examples of label services that have been really successful. So I've mentioned Girl in Red. The decision with Girl in Red, she had an amazing connection with her online community, a global connection with an online community that was going incredibly well. She didn't want external help with the creative of what she was doing. It was all very DIY. She filmed a lot of her videos with her friends around Oslo. She created her own music with her friends. Didn't need the creative input of a major label necessarily at that stage. And so doubled down on label services. And initially started with an EP, then a couple of EPs, and then went into an album. And it's worked amazingly for her. Similarly with Georgia Smith, who still hasn't done a record deal. She still works independently. The creative for her is very much done in-house as part of her team. They haven't felt the need to kind of broaden that out to more of a major label creative conversation. And so she's stayed where she is on label services as well. So different things inform the decision to go the different paths. The great thing is you can actually have that discussion and that choice now. 10 years ago, it was like major label, indie label, or bust. Now there's a much broader spectrum of decisions that can be made by artists to really, really tailor your career and the deals that you do around your career to take you to where you want to get to.
So I think that brings us to sort of wrapping up, obviously, this section of the talk, and then I think we can open everything up to some questions. We just wanted to sort of flag a few key things to look out for. The first of those, and something I've found to be a problem recently when taking on artists and trying to help them through their careers, is artists who have signed deals very early on in which they've granted rights and they haven't taken any advice. And the most extreme example of that I've seen is when a track is doing extremely well and a record label comes along and says, actually, we want to sign this track. And somebody pops up and says, actually, we own this track. And at that point, that stops the artist doing that next deal, which could help them further their career. So we'd always say, with whatever document comes your way, where there are rights involved, please come and talk to us, or talk to a lawyer of your choosing who's very passionate about what you do, because it will really help you get to where you want to be in the long run once you've had that correct advice.
And the general rule is if you can't get into too much trouble if you don't sign anything. That's a good rule to have in the back of your mind.
Definitely. Obviously, something else to flag is just when you are looking at deals is just long rights periods as well. So obviously, we are now in an age where it's become more normal to get your masters back or to not give your masters away completely in the first place. So looking at deals in which your rights are only given away for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, that's what we're hoping for. At an early stage as well, just to mention, it's often, I think, very tempting for artists where it's very expensive to, I think, get your records heard, and PR companies are expensive. Getting your records plugged to radio is expensive with very little promise of return. And often, not to mention any names, distributors and other industry bodies will say, give you an amount of money, give you a marketing budget, which is realistically quite small in the grand scheme of things, maybe £2,500, £5,000, £10,000, but in return for that, they might want some exclusivity in return as an artist. And again, I've seen that inhibit artists' careers where, same example, they release a track, they put some budget towards it, it starts to do very well, and then at the moment in time where they've generated some heat within the industry, they've generated an audience, at the time when somebody wants to come along and partner with them, they can't sign a new deal. Or if they do sign a new deal, they can't put new records out with that new partner for, say, a year or 18 months until they've maybe recovered that amount of money which was originally spent on them. So I think that's something that we really want to push. I think another thing to look out for whenever signing anything is what I'd call a hidden distribution fee. So smaller independent labels, for example, they won't be able to distribute directly into the DSPs, so Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer. There will be a middleman in between, which is we'd call generally an aggregator, and there will be a percentage that's taken, and that can vary. That can be anywhere from, I'd say, about 5% or 7%, all the way up to 25%, depending on what external services that particular independent label is using with that aggregator. So what I'd always do is ask, what is that distribution fee? Because it could be that if it is a 25% fee and you're getting 50% with the label, then actually you're only getting 50% of 75%. So I think that's just something to be aware of as well.
The other end of the spectrum is like a CD Baby model. Some of you may be using people like, or organisations like CD Baby, where literally you just pay a fee to upload. I've never worked for a distributor. I don't understand how it works, but I've never understood why it's right to give away a percentage for uploading something. And that's a very controversial view, and I'm sure I'll be beaten up by a distributor in short order. But if you are in a position where you're funding something yourself, always consider doing one of the kind of pay-to-play aggregators rather than a distributor who would take a percentage. It'll end up much cheaper for you in the long run.
I think something else to flag as well is record deals or recording situations which include what are called your publishing rights. So obviously there are two key copyrights which the industry is propped up by. One is publishing or the rights in your composition, so the rights in your songwriting. So when you sit and you write some lyrics, you write some chords, there is copyright in that, and that's music publishing. The other key copyright is master copyright or records, and that's the recording of that song. Ideally, what we want in the industry is for those two different copyrights to be administered separately and kept totally separate from the same company. So usually you have music publishers and record labels. What you don't want is to be doing a record deal which incorporates your music publishing as well, because it will stop you doing a deal elsewhere at a point
Unless
in
there's
the
a good
future.
financial reason to do so.
Sometimes there is, yeah.
Someone's giving you a bucket of cash, you might consider it.
I think that's actually on my list. They're the key. There are key things to flag, I think, at an early stage. Do you have anything to?
I'm not sure. I think you've pretty much covered it.
Okay, good.
I think one of the key things to say is if you have the opportunity to take advice from a lawyer when you're being shown any sort of deal that has a long-term impact on you, be it taking rights away from you or particularly tying you exclusively as an artist to an organisation, be it a private practice lawyer or the musicians' union lawyers, having a conversation with someone to query, because what I thought, I worked in management before I became a lawyer, I thought like 90% of what you were sent as a document basically couldn't change and you could tweak a few things. Everything is up for discussion. And don't be scared to ask somebody to change something in an agreement. And if you can get someone to advise you what needs to be changed, so much the better. So I think that's pretty much it in terms of a quick gallop through what's changed in the recorded music side of the industry over the last 15 years. Can't really see any of you, but do any of you have any questions? Yeah. How are we going to do this? Yeah. So the question was, are we seeing many people come in about Web3 opportunities? And yes, there was a kind of flurry of an enormous amount of NFT activity. What was it, about September last year? That's when it really, really kicked off. And there was a kind of bump for about 2 months where everyone was trying to tokenize artwork, they were trying to tokenize music rights. And quite a lot of people tried to have a go at tokenizing royalty streams as well. Tokenizing of artwork is one thing. It's a fairly simple right. You can grant relatively controlled and simple rights in that. Tokenizing music is much more complicated because generally an artist has given away the master rights to a record company, publishing rights to a publishing company, and the record companies and the publishing companies had not worked out what on earth this was. So the way that people generally approached it around that time was, let's tokenize it, let's do a drop, and then let's mop up the mess afterwards. And that's generally how people did it. I'm not entirely sure that the publishers and the record companies have really got an idea of how to deal with it still, because it can be so many different things. You think of what an offering could be. It could be a ticket with an exclusive piece of artwork and then some music in there as well. How do you attribute the value between those things in a drop? So it's an enormously complicated thing. I think also the kind of trying to tokenize royalty flows came up against Securities and Exchange and financial conduct issues. And so that a lot of them were just kind of cut off at the knees pretty quickly. I think the Web 3.0 is going to be super, super exciting for the music industry, probably as much as any industry, but I don't think our feeling is necessarily that we've hit on the application which is actually going to move things forward quite yet. It feels a bit, or it has felt a bit bubbly. What do you reckon, Ben?
I think so. I'd agree. I think there was a massive flurry last September, but I'd say it's accelerated again recently. I think it hit a massive peak, it came down a bit, and now I think people are looking into it more and what it actually means. But I think what I would say as well, we went through a period with artists wanting to do it, and were they in breach of their record deal or not. So I've now I get a lot of questions from artists saying, okay, can I exclude Web3 opportunities from my record deal? And the answer is, as soon as you ask the question, the record companies are not having it yet, but we are continuing to do our best on that.
They don't know what Web3 is, and they don't know what it will become. So the idea of excluding it from their exclusive rights, when it might be like excluding digital distribution 20 years ago, they don't want to be caught out. So yeah, it's just still generally caught.
I think that's my comment.
Anyone else? Burning questions?
Somebody. Yeah. Check.
Mike, what about from an artist management sort of standpoint with a lawyer? Like, how would that work? Rather than the artist, and what about from like an artist management point of view, seeking out a lawyer? Like, what kind of things?
Seeking out a lawyer?
Yeah. Well, obviously, would they need a lawyer to like do a management deal with their artist, and what kind of things would they need to know?
Yeah, so The management. So the question was, just in case anyone didn't hear, do managers need lawyers as well? And yes, they do. It's a much less involved relationship between a manager and a lawyer than it is between an artist and a lawyer. Generally, a manager would have a lawyer to help them draft an agreement, which they would then roll out across however many artists they've got. There's then an individual negotiation on an artist-by-artist basis, but generally there's a single document that a manager needs. So as a manager is setting up a management company, if they want to have a management agreement in place, then that's when they would get a lawyer. It should be noted, a lot of managers don't have management agreements in place. Like, I know this isn't a discussion of management agreements, but just to touch on it very briefly, a management agreement basically protects a manager in terms of saying, you are tied to me, you, the artist, are tied to me, the manager, exclusively for a period of time. And the artist lawyers use the management agreement as an opportunity to say, okay, fine, we'll do that, but if this goes wrong, we can get out. And this is what you're allowed to commission on, this is what you're not allowed to commission on, this is how expenses are covered. So the artist uses the opportunity to really nail down a lot of the detail of the relationship. And the other principal thing that a management agreement does for a manager is it covers off post-term commission. And to what extent does that apply if you don't have a management agreement in place? It's an argument. If you break up with an artist, if a manager breaks up with an artist without a management agreement in place, and with no discussion about post-term commission, there's always an almighty fight. So it's probably, if you are a manager, quite a good idea to get something in place.
Thank you.
Anyone else got anything?
Hello. Have you got any advice for someone starting their own record label? Just a small one.
That's a big one. Go on, Ben.
Hopefully there are some great artists that you want to sign. I think that's probably the key one. But I think going back to, I mentioned distribution fees earlier. I think if you are starting an independent label, it's about in turn finding your partner who is going to distribute you. So in the same way as some of the distributors might do direct artist deals like ADA, Believe, and The Orchard, they also do label deals. And I think you have to look around all of those, and they're not it's a difficult thing because you can't just approach them and say, okay, please could you distribute my label? For example, there's a barrier to entry with it. But I think once you're on the other side of that, you can then look at who offers the best service and who will do the most for you in terms of, for example, an example would be pitching to editorial at Spotify. That is a service that some of those distributors would offer, and some might not. Some might just be a basic, we mentioned aggregators, just getting the music up there and getting it from A to B. There are, I think one distributor we didn't mention actually, just coming into my head, is Republic of Music, and I think they are a little bit freer in terms of the labels who they will do a deal with. And I think I've seen them be very effective with their editorial pitching as well. So there are definitely people out there who can help you, get the records from A to B. But I think logistically, that's probably the first point.
I think there's another point which touches on what Ben said about finding the amazing artists to sign. Having a culture around an indie label is really important. And if you look at the labels who've been successful, be it Hospital Records, be it Warp, Ninja, Communion, or the kind of more modern ones who've only recently been started, like Dirty Hit, they've all got a kind of a creative line that you can thread between through what they do. The more scattergun you are creatively in terms of what your output is as a record label, the more difficult it is for people to kind of gravitate towards you. If you become a bit of a cultural voice in a scene, it's much more effective in terms of attracting more artists in that sort of world.
I think another big point is to do, obviously everybody is here to make a living and make some money, but I think do friendly deals. It's I know as artist lawyers, when we get a deal that comes across our desk which is just too hardcore, it results in a difficult conversation somewhere. So I'd say if you're putting out record deals or trying to sign artists, it should be in a way which benefits everyone, and where the artist, I think, can see the other side of the deal. I think is probably the best, or not the light at the end of the tunnel, because there is some positive along the way, but maybe that's the most useful metaphor at the moment. But I think, what would you, in terms of a fair deal from an independent label, I know there are very broad parameters, but things that we would be looking for?
I think profit splits are good, because I think you can explain that over a drink with an artist. You can justify, we're putting a load of money and effort in, you're putting your creative in. It's a partnership. I think it's a lot easier to stand alongside that than a lot of the other structures of record deals. And I agree with you. I think presenting something that's fair, that you actually stand by, is a really important thing for starting relationships with artists. Right.
Morning. Thank you for the talk. Nowadays, algorithms get really important, and record labels usually have contacts with big platforms like Spotify or Instagram and know about what is pop and what gets featured. And how do you master those algorithms, and maybe how do you get to know about these algorithms as maybe not a record label?
I think it's one of the great dark arts of the modern music industry. It's so difficult for anybody outside that system to know how to game it. I think the major labels they've got various kind of in-house playlists on the DSPs so they can pitch stuff. I think people are tweaking music so that it is algorithmically favorable, so putting choruses first. It's very interesting actually to see the shift in culture that different formats suddenly created. I was talking about this earlier, that the album didn't exist properly until somebody created a piece of vinyl that was big enough to hold an album. Then jump forward however long, and on streaming, people are terrified of people skipping on from your track, so they're moving the choruses earlier in the song, so people's attention is held on to, and then move forward to now where people are really creating content for TikTok, super short form content. I think culture will always shift to format. At the moment, I don't have any visibility on how algorithms within the DSPs work.
I think it's become synonymous with interaction. So I think the way these things work, and there are some mythical beings out there who do sit and do this with Spotify, and a lot of what it focuses around what's called third-party playlists. So not the editorial playlist which Spotify curates internally and which people pitch to. So, for example, I know cracking the algorithm, so to speak, I think some people have claimed to do it based on a very manual process of actually looking, okay, where are my listeners? For example, say, okay, your listeners are in Oslo. And at that point, you then start writing to third-party playlist is in Oslo, even if that, but a third-party playlist could be anybody in the room. I'm sure you've all got a playlist on Spotify which you've created that says something like Sunday chilled playlist. So it would be about, if your music is a chilled out song that you'd listen to on a Sunday and it's getting listened to in Norway, what some people now specialize in doing is writing to third-party playlisters in Norway and seeing how it interacts, and then, I don't know, it might expand out to Bergen, one of the other cities in Oslo. It might expand around the rest of Scandinavia, and people are genuinely sitting doing that.
Exhausting.
And that is a service that people offer now. So I think, yeah, and I think on TikTok as well, that's what making the algorithm go. It's people interacting with a piece of content.
I also think there's an enormous amount of luck involved. Whatever anybody is saying, I think success in the music industry, you can have the perfect song with the perfect artist at not the perfect time. You can have the perfect time with an imperfect artist with a reasonable song, and it works. There are so many different factors. It used to be a question of, actually this opens up a whole different conversation. It used to be a question of get radio going, then you're grabbing people's attention, and then you move to a bit of TV, and then suddenly you're a household name. Now you have to have so many different plates spinning as an artist in order to gain proper traction. You can have a TikTok moment, but if it's not connecting elsewhere, it's very challenging. So while we've kind of laid out a beautiful modern view of how the music industry gives you an enormous amount of choice, unfortunately, with that comes an enormous amount of complexity in terms of grabbing people's attention.
You mentioned earlier that you'd worked with an artist. Oh, sorry. You mentioned earlier that you worked with an artist quite early on. How would you go about like finding a manager or a lawyer like early on, and like would they be responsible for finding a record deal for the artist?
Sorry, how do we go about finding managers and record deals?
Like as a musician,
As a musician,
how would I go about finding a manager or a lawyer?
So there are very few companies who do what we do. Actually, I think there are like what 5 or 6 or 7 in the UK.
Probably a few more, but
8 or 10.
Yeah,
8 or 10 in the UK. Not that many, and they can be found kind of in any of the kind of music directories that you look in. I think at an early stage, if it's just cold calling, that is just literally cold calling, sending a SoundCloud link to a bunch of lawyers. If you have a way of self-releasing, getting your music out, and starting to get some traction in terms of movement on DSPs with your music, and people come to you, so much the better. We are actually approached less than we approach people, probably is fair to say, in terms of the people that we take on. We get approached a reasonable amount, but we find out about artists, like with Lewis, we got a call from a promoter saying, there's this amazing guy with a voice in Glasgow. And we went to go and track him down. Right, so a lot of it is us going out rather than people coming in. In terms of management, I think it's a similar sort of thing. Some of those relationships start with literally an email. A lot of them start with an open mic night or appearing on a playlist, or a manager, famously Lewis's manager, found him by trawling through SoundCloud late at night. Like 4 a.m. he found Lewis on a kind of SoundCloud deep dive. So existing basically online and doing everything you can to make yourself more noticeable is the best thing that you can do. Is that it? Right, we're done. Thank you very much for all coming.
Cheers, guys.